We're going to be live in about a minute, so bear with me. Build a possible live experience and green over so that later tweet messages. Okay, we know all of that. Okay, give me a moment. We're going to be live momentarily while all of the other platforms come up. Today, we're going to be trying something different. As opposed to being on Instagram, just for today, I'm going to try to have us also simultaneously live. And you know I'm doing this because I always like to speak to my MAGA viewers. I like to speak to my MAGA viewers. Today we're going to be live on X. We are live on YouTube, TikTok, and X today. So we'll see how that goes being live on X. But bear with me for a minute here while I get this thing up and running here. Um, and we'll see. I've never been live on X before, so we'll see how it goes. But today we are going to be simultaneously live on X. Hopefully, we can bring in more MAGA as well. You know, I like to talk to MAGA as well, and I know there's a hell of a lot of MAGA on X. So we're going to be over there. Give me a moment here. Uh, I'm just going to rephrase. We're going to be asking a simple question. Are you delighted? Are you happy with the Trump years? If so, we'll talk about that. And if not, why not? I was in a live earlier today and I got hammered. So this is going to be more of a referendum on what I went through. So bear with me. I'll be up in a minute once the other platforms are going and we can go ahead and get the show started. But that is the news, is that we're going to be live on X today as opposed to Clapper or Instagram. So we'll see how it goes. If it, I have never been live on X. If it goes well, then we'll stay there. If not, we'll go back to Instagram and or Clapper, where we've always been. So let's see how it goes. Okay, I think I'm pretty much ready. If this app, if everything goes well on this app, let's see here. All right, so it's telling me to rotate. Let's see what's happening here. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, we had it changed. Oh shit, this thing pisses me off. Okay, I think we're good. All right. So, okay, that's looking good there. All right, so I'll brighten the screen and we should be going momentarily if it allows me to do that. There we go. Okay, going live in three, two, one. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Bear with me as I turn up the brightness on my devices. My old ass can barely see, and when everything comes on and all of the screens are dark, that only just creates a problem for me. But I think we're good to go. Today is going to be kind of a referendum on the conversation. Now, some of you folks may have seen me in another live earlier today. I'm often in other lives that are that lean right. That lean right. I don't typically go to other social media pages that lean left because I enjoy speaking to folks on the right, and yeah, it gives you a chance to get educated and educated if that's how you want to look at it. But I usually go to spots that lean right. I was on one today, and just a host of things came up suggesting that America is currently very happy under the current Trump administration. America's happy. So I had a few disputes there, but I figured I'd come on here and ask you folks. Simple question, very simple question. Are you happy during the Trump years? Now that we have Trump back in office, are you happy with what we're dealing with? If so, I'd love to have you on and discuss that. If not, I'd love to have you on and discuss that as well. So we're going to be talking about the progress, the successes of the Trump administration, and perceived downfalls of the Trump administration. But that is the question we're going to be asking: is are you happy with what you're seeing so far? So, and I see in the comments 864 Ice Cold, love the name, says, we are almost tired of winning. Suggesting that if you lean right, if you support Trump, if you are MAGA, you're kicking ass so much you're beating the liberals so badly that you just at this point you're getting tired of winning. You know, it kind of reminds me of like the old little league games where I believe they like baseball. We're talking baseball. I think it used to be at a certain point if you're up by a certain point, like a certain amount of points, they just called a game. I mean, they call what they call it a slaughter rule. Like if you're up, if one team is up by 10 points or something like that, they call it a slaughter rule. And they just call the game because, as he stated, we're getting tired of winning. Like you're just not going to catch up from this. So that's what we're asking: is it have we gotten to the point where Trump is winning so much that, as one of my viewers stated, I'm just tired of winning. That the liberals should just, accept the slaughter rule and, concede that Trump is kicking so much ass and just not going to come back. Or as Miles Freeman states, the mercy rule. Now, I got to push back slightly because you do have a lot of folks on the right that are saying things like, the way the current liberal party is, the Democrats will never win an election again. I'm going to tell you right off the bat, that's insane because 4 years ago from this day, we were still looking at the Trump administration or what was left of the Trump administration after Trump lost, after January 6th, after Trump was facing a host of criminal charges and impeachments. And people on the left were saying the same thing. Trump has ruined it for Republicans. They're not going to win an election anytime soon. Well, look where we're at now. Trump is back in office and he's stronger than ever. So I think it would be naive for anyone on the right to revel in the victory to the point of suggesting the Democrats cannot come back or they're never going to win an election again. Because you do have folks saying that the Democrats, with their stance towards LGBTQ or trans and women's sports, or they talking about the fact that they believe the Democrats are supporting illegal immigrant gangbangers and things. Well, that show you're just never going to win again. I'm telling you, it's naive to count out any party in terms of the future. You just don't know what's going to happen. You just don't know. Real quick, looking in the comments. So, Evil Super Agent Boom. Hell no. Bullshit. Not happy. Dumb question. Trump lied. Didn't stop the war. He didn't drill. We are not saving at all. Well, Super Major, I appreciate the support. Folks are suggesting that they are saving money at the pump. They're talking about the price of eggs is down significantly. You heard Trump claim that the price of eggs is down 80 to 90%. Wow. Trump has stated that. Trump is saying the price of groceries are down, inflation is down, the unemployment rate is, almost near full employment. Trump and Trump supporters are saying just the opposite, which is why I'm asking you folks, are you happy with the current administration? Are you happy with the country now that we've gotten rid of Biden and put Trump in office? We're going to talk about this. So looking in the comments, we've taken in more already than all of last year, says Ryan Clay. Taking in what? We've taken in more of what already this year than last year. Last week it was $3.18 a gallon. Today it's $3.16 a gallon. I've seen it less than that. Depends on where you are in the country, but I've seen it less than. I mean, by way of yes or no in the comments, has the price of fuel for the last 4 months or so, when did Trump take office? Late January. So over the last 4 months, have you seen the price of fuel, the price of gas drop in your area? Or did it go up? Or did it stay the same? Drop, up, or same? Has it dropped, went up, or stayed the same? I'd be curious to know. State that in the comments because I think I've seen it drop somewhat. I think I've seen it drop. Not, not to some significant degree, but I believe the price of fuel has dropped some. Tim, don't fluff tonight. I got my eye on you. This is a no fluffing zone. We're going to be trying, or we're going to be attempting to judge the president as fair as possible. So this is a no fluffing zone. We're gonna try to avoid fluffing. How about that? This is no fluffing. Same. A lot of folks are saying yes. I see Ryan Clinton says $2.89 a gallon. I believe it went down some. I believe under Trump, the price of fuel has went down some. Not so much so that it's undeniable, because some folks are saying no, they haven't seen it. I mean, let's be clear. If fuel went down $1 or so per gallon, because Trump is claiming it's $1.98 a gallon in several states. If that happened, it would be unmistakable. If you had fuel at the rate of $1.98 a gallon in several states, as he suggests, there would be nobody saying no, it didn't go down or it went up. Everyone would be in agreement. Now, the liberals, the ones who do not like Trump no matter what, might come up with a host of reasons for why it went down, blaming it on something else that Trump should not get credit for. They might do that. But at the same time, you can't deny if fuel is $1.98 a gallon in your area since Trump took office, there's no denying that fuel went down. But it did not go down anywhere near to that level. So that's why some folks are saying, no, I haven't seen it go down, or some folks are even saying it went up. But looking in the comments here real quick, who is in here? Who in here has America? Wait a minute. Who in here has America is Great Derangement Syndrome? Someone name me a war America has won. Anyone? Since World War II? Well, let's be clear. Let me take that back. We won the Iraq War. We won the Iraq War. The aftermath of it, it's a different. Winning a war is one thing. Nation building, changing the hearts and minds of the people, that's something different. But we won the Iraq War. We completely occupied the country. We took out its leadership. We won the Iraq War on the grounds of what you normally would consider a victory. But in terms of actually going in there and now you want a nation build and you want to make Iraq a democracy and all that shit, no, that's different. That actually has to come from within. You can't force democracy on the people that don't want it. I mean, the folks in the Middle East, they have a whole different religious mindset of how a country is ran. You can't come in there and force them to view women as equal and all. I mean, the women in that country most likely feel subservient to men, and they like that. And I want to say something that this may be kind of unpopular, but I will state this, is that there are women in this country that will tell you, maybe privately, some of them will tell you publicly, but there are women in this country that will tell you that they would prefer to go back to the era where they didn't have to worry about going out and working a job and all of that shit, where they a stay-at-home mom could take care of the kids, so your child is raised properly, could cook a proper dinner, whereas now you're both working at least one job, if not two, so you're eating fast food and all kinds of other unhealthy. There are some women, not all, but there are some women that will tell you, I would prefer to be in that era, where the husband went out and took care of the bills and things like that. And I mean, we had what used to be what was referred to as a traditional family. So trying to turn Iraq or Iran or any Middle Eastern country into the way we currently live in our environment, a lot of them don't want it. A lot of them don't want it. I see in the comments, that's another good point for the great says blame capitalism. A lot of them don't want it. I mean, look, regardless of how you feel about America, there's a whole bunch of shit you can point out here that isn't great. Our life expectancy isn't great. A lot of our health isn't great. People are all overweight and shit. I mean, drug use is rampant. Crime is rampant. I mean, there's a whole lot of things. They're looking at the American society, and they may state, we don't want that. What you're doing over there don't look that great to us. So I know we tend to believe in this country, we're living the best that you can ever do it, but a lot of other countries are like, no, we don't want what you guys are doing. We like what we're doing, and we're fine with it. So I think we won the Iraq War, but once you're talking about trying to fundamentally change the way a country operates and things like that, that's a whole different argument. McDonald's and Fent, what's the difference? Are you trying to say McDonald's and fentanyl are the same? What are you saying there for the great? I don't quite get what you're trying to go there. Trump's giving us a real chance, says Joe Blow. That's what we're asking. Are you happy under the Trump administration? Now, when you suggest that Trump is giving us a real chance at what? A real chance at what? What is Trump doing for the typical American taxpayer, typical American citizen What do you have? What chances do you have that you didn't have under Biden? I'd be curious to know. Or you didn't have under Obama. What additional chance did he give you? Let me know. Uncle D says, "Okay, I'm done listening to your bull crap. I'm done. Listen, you can't win them all." Uncle D, I would prefer you have asked the question. Perhaps you can show me what I'm being crappy on, and perhaps maybe you could correct it. I'm willing to concede a point if you present one, but just yelling out "I'm done listening to your crap" does not further the narrative in any way, shape, or form. Let me go straight to the box. Are you happy? I already know how this is going to go, but I gotta ask the question. Gangsta Grandma, tell me how happy you are under the Trump administration. I know you are delighted, correct?
No, I'm not delighted about that ugly fool. What are you talking about, Willis?
What is Trump? Now, I got a viewer that's stating that Trump has finally gave us a chance.
Give us a chance on what? What is that motherfucker gave us a chance on?
Well, economically, maybe being respected worldwide.
We're a laughing joke of the fucking century. What are you talking about? We're not respected. People are laughing at him.
Okay, now when you say we're not respecting the people who are laughing at him, you do realize he is in the Middle East right now, and there's footage everywhere of him walking in places, receiving respect and praise from all sorts of leaders throughout the Middle East.
Okay.
So he's not a laughing stock. They actually are viewing him as a respectable leader.
He's not, because they want something from him.
They're literally,
they want something from him.
They like the man so much.
They don't respect him. They put a whole damn thing of McDonald's. He's a joke. What the hell are you talking about?
Gangsta Grandma, they're showing this guy so much love, they're willing to give him a $400 million airplane.
Oh my God. You know what? That's why your ass the fucking ass damn girly pop fucking. I can't stand you. I really can't stand. Why are you these fluffing for the white man, dude? When he put you on a damn tree. What? Why are you fluffing like that, though? Why are you fluffing?
How am I? Okay, I want you to give me your best explanation. How am I? Tell me what I'm doing that equates to fluffing for the white man.
They're doing wonderful things over there. Oh my God, they respect him. No. He's a fucking damn racist ass piece of shit, for one. For two, they know that they can play him like a violin. They're playing him. What are you talking about, man?
Okay, when you say they're playing him, what are you basing that on? On television, they're praising the guy. They're giving him a jet.
They don't do anything to get what they want, dude. Are you stupid? Have you ever been in the game before? They'll do anything. You know what I mean? They will psych his ego up just to get what they want. And then the type of fucking people like you, the fucking special ed dropouts, they're the ones. What? Yeah, they're giving him praise. No, they're really not. They're making us look stupid.
How can you be 100% certain that what they're saying on television about how respectable and how great of a leader he is not true? You're going in their head trying to play, Madame Cleo and tell us what they're thinking when they're telling us themselves, and they like them.
Come on, they're not our allies.
I didn't say that.
They're not our allies. They want something from the fool. And all you gotta do is strike his damn ego, rub his little pinky winky, and get it hard, and you got him in your back pocket. That's how Trump is.
I mean, but you gotta keep in mind, Gangsta Grandma, even Zelensky.
I don't keep shit in mind. See, I don't give that motherfucker fool nothing, because he's doing us fucking dirty. Did you hear what Walmart said today? They're gonna raise the damn prices up. Thank you, little maggots, for voting for the shit.
Well, you do realize that Trump suspended the tariff, so the prices are likely to come down.
That's not good. See, girly pop, you see how fuck you're fluffing, man? Do you see that?
No, I'm actually.
How you're fluffing? You like to bend over for the white man, huh? Yes, master. That's what you're gonna be, a house Negro, aren't you? Yeah, that's what you like to be, huh? Yeah.
Me simply stating the facts of what's going on under Trump makes me a house Negro.
What you're doing is not facts, Pookie. What you're not doing is not facts. You're just fluffing. Like major fluffing, like gagging fluffing.
Did they go on?
Yeah, women should be gagging, not you.
Are they not offering this man a $400 million jet?
Oh my God. they want something in return.
Based on
Come
what?
on, hey, you never been a pimp? Oh yeah, you can't. You probably never been a fucking pimp before. You never did no stupid trifling ass crap before, have you? Fuck no, you're too damn. Oh my god. No, honey, they're bribing him for something. Okay, they got him. They want something from him.
So you believe that Trump is being pimped by the Middle East?
Very much so pimped. Okay, like balls deep pimped. Yeah. Like you. You're like yes, master. Well, they're his yes, master. Yeah.
Okay. Now, and I see in the comments, Stephen Robinson said, "You doing so bad, you're making me sound smart." Wow. Let me ask you to you this way.
You know what? The white man always says that's not telling the fucking truth. The MAGAs don't like the fucking truth. Like they're fixing to get FAFO really fast because Walmart just opened up the prices. And don't say, oh, the tariffs are going down. Honey, they already bought this shit. And they're going to raise the prices up.
Well, what about okay, Trump is damn near 80 years old. You're suggesting he's being pimped by the Middle East.
I wish a Big Mac takes his fucking ass out, man. On God.
You wish a what takes him out?
A Big Mac. You know how he loves his McDonald's? I hope a Big Mac takes his ass out. Then you got the little ass wannabe Jeremy in the comments. He's gonna come up talking mad shit. Oh well, this is what I think he's. Get the fuck out of here. All you do is pander. You know what you do? All you do is pander to the fucking right. All you do is let them come up and pander. You let them pander to you.
I let you gangster grandma. I let you come up every night and whip the shit out of me. I ain't pandering to nobody. I let everybody talk uncensored. You're a perfect example of that.
I whip the shit out of you with the straight facts. Okay? They give you lies and stuff. What are you talking about, Willis?
I think you suggesting that the Middle East is pimping Trump out might be a lie.
They're not pimping Trump. What are you talking about? Who would give him that? Who would give him that jet? Who would? Unless they got something. I'm not white, Jeremy, so kiss my black ass.
Let me say it this way. Trump is damn near 80 years old. Do you have any other examples throughout his life where he's been pimped out? He normally is the one that's taking advantage of others. What are you talking about?
Hey, oh my fucking... If you don't know...
Give me some examples.
Oh my God.
You said it. Back up your work. Back up your work. Give me an example in the...
They're doing it with other countries, man. Saudi Arabia, first term and stuff. What are you talking about? He always gets played by somebody.
Give me an example of how Trump got played.
I just told you the first term, Saudi Arabia. He tried to kiss their ass. I don't know what they got from him, but they did focus on the oil and shit. Our rigs closed behind them.
I don't see what you're saying during this first term Saudi Arabia pimped him out. I don't see where that's at. I don't see any evidence of that at all.
They tried to pimp him out. They tried. Now this time they tried to pimp him out. They tried to pimp, but he had guards. You know, he had the good people on his side that told him, "Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it." Now he has people that will let him do it. That's what I'm saying.
Is it possible? Is it remotely possible that Trump may actually be on top here and may be the one that's doing the controlling versus being controlled?
You really, oh my God.
Is it possible?
You know what? You ain't no fucking liberal. On God, you're not no fucking liberal. You a house ninja that wants to kiss a white man's ass. You go on the other side and kiss that and see how far you fucking get. You honestly gotta make me fucking physically sick. You're going to fucking hell. On Medicare, the poor people have to fight to keep their food stamps. What the fuck are you talking about? And all you want to do is clown on this damn, say, oh, well, you know, he's gonna be on top. Fuck you.
I'm just asking.
You're a fucking raccoon, majorly.
By asking.
How the fuck are you? If you had a wife, how the fuck she sleep with you? I couldn't sleep with I couldn't sleep with a man like you. I really couldn't. I couldn't. Someone that allows the sister and ponders to the white man. That ponders to him.
This ain't got nothing to do with pondering to the white man.
You're hard. And you don't even see. Everybody calls your ass out. You do. You ponder to him. You do.
How would you respond to folks who might suggest you just have blind hatred towards Trump? Or the white man in general?
I told you I hate them. I hate the maggots that put us in this fucking situation. I didn't vote for this shit. But they put us in this situation. Do you understand? I hate him because he's a fucking sorry-ass racist. Why would I go up there and say, you know what, I like you, Trump. I like you. Fuck Trump. And everything about you. And you're a black man that's like sucking on his pinky winky. Yes, master.
Well, no, here, I'm asking questions, and because I'm not just bashing
No,
him.
because you're pandering to him.
No, I'm
Oh,
not.
what if he do this? What if he do that? You know what? He be the first one to hang your black ass on a tree. That's what he would do.
You believe that Trump would actually terminate the life of somebody simply for being black?
My God. Oh my God. Are you? See? Do you see? Do you see? My God. I cannot with you. I cannot with you. I cannot.
I'm just trying to figure out where you're coming up with this stuff from.
Because he's a racist. Look what he just did to the white South Africans. He made up a whole big story to get the little fluffy asses over here because he wanted white people over here. But he didn't do the shit. He kicked all the black and brown people.
You're going
He kicked all the black and brown people.
You're going to take Trump's immigration policies and jump all the way to lynching.
Here we go. Come on, girly pop. Let's start sucking harder. Gag on it. Let's gag on it.
Oh my God. You're going to take Trump's immigration policies, which I may criticize as well to some degree, but you've jumped all the way to him lynching folks.
You are black. You. As I say, I'm not calling you a bitch. I'm not calling you a bitch. I promise you, I'm not calling you a bitch. But yeah, you be his bitch. Like if you was in prison, yeah, because you're just gagging. I have to feel the gag on a tinky winky.
I'm just asking questions, gangster. You want Trump
because
to be
you're pandering to him.
No. You want me to.
You know that motherfucker's a racist.
No.
You know he is. You know he's a triple K. And everyone around him is. He wants to take the birth citizenship away. Then he wants to take all of our due process away. You don't think that motherfucker's not coming for us? You're stupid then. You're stupid.
What do you perceive America's going to be like it for another 3 years of Trump? What are you expecting to happen?
We are going to be in pure fucking hell. That's what we're going to be in. He's fighting against us. He ain't fighting against the so-called black and brown. He's fighting against us. Black and brown people in the United States. Why do you think he's trying to take the birthright citizenship away? Why do you think he's trying to take the due process away? Do you think it's for the white man? Do you think it's for the white man? Answer that question. Do you think it's for the white man?
Well, if he removes birthright citizenship, it's for every man. If you come to America, you don't have.
Do you think he's going to kick out the white man? Do you think he really is going to kick it? He's bringing the white people over here. Do you think he's really going to kick the white man out?
Okay, so he's brought 50 some odd people over here. Let's not get out of hand.
He's going to bring up to 8,000.
How many did Biden let in?
Oh my fucking God, here we go. You see, that's why we call you what we fucking call you. You are a simp to the white fucking man. Gag on his little bitty fucking balls.
I'm not gagging on anything. I'm asking.
He didn't let people in. He didn't let the people in like that. They came and they did it like they're supposed to do for asylum.
We're talking about 59 people so far against the grandma. 59 people.
8,000.
We're not.
8,000.
We're not.
He said it.
We're not there
and
yet.
Guess what he said? It takes 18 to 24 months to get your paperwork and shit in. Guess how many months it took the white man to do it? 3 months.
Listen.
You don't think that wasn't racist?
Listen, I'm not.
You know what it is? You know what? You like to pander to the white man because you want to be white, don't you?
This is not.
Let's be undercover. You are undercover. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You want to be white so bad. So you want to go up on that and there and kiss that white man. Why don't you respect him? I would never respect a fucking race. I would spit on him.
This is the president we're talking about, right?
Not my president.
You're going to spit
I
on
don't blame him. I would spit on him. And if he would have croaked, I would spit on his grave. I would have nothing to do with him. That's on God.
What has he done to you that's that bad?
He's racist. He's racist. He is coming for black and brown people. He ain't coming for the white man. And even the white people are so damn dense in the fucking head that they're eating his damn Cheetos. They're coming for them. They're taking their food stamps away. They're taking their Medicaid away. They're doing this shit right now. Right the fuck now.
Against the grandma, let me just say this. I think there's plenty of liberals that would agree with you, but even they would say you're going too far when you're talking about spitting on the grave of the president.
I would spit on him. What? Shake his hand? What? I shake a white man's hand that don't like me? He showed me who he was the first time. I would never. When somebody shows you who they are, I don't trust their asses.
So
I don't trust them.
so your belief is that Trump does not like black people in general.
Oh my fucking God. The writing is on the wall, Pookie. Ray Ray, girly pop. It's right there. It's on the fucking wall. Well, you really don't think that when he's taking our those two rights away, our due process, do you think he's really doing it for the white man? Do you really think he's doing it for the white man? Do you really? Do you think he's gonna pack up the white man? Do you really?
I don't want to speculate. I don't know.
I don't want to speculate.
Well, I don't know.
Get out here, flipping motherfucker, you. I don't want to speculate. Get the fuck out. You don't want to speculate. You know, if you get your black side, instead of becoming white, get your black side out and say, yeah, he is coming for us. Because you know he is.
I don't like all of Trump's policies. I obviously lean left. Nowhere near as far as you do because you think I'm MAGA, but I don't like all of his policies, but I think you're going off the deep end a bit.
I don't like none of him. I don't like because all he's doing is destroying this country. Everybody bitched about Biden. If Biden did half the fucking shit this motherfucker did, they would be bouncing him out of there.
I don't disagree with that last part. Gangsta Grandma, I do got to move it on.
Let me tell you something. You need to go and educate your damn self and see why he's doing this shit. You feel what I'm saying? You see why he's doing this shit. Because he's coming for us. And you know what? And you're going to see it too. You're going to see it. He's coming for us.
All right. He is. That's what you're here for. You're here to educate me. Thank you, Gangsta Grandma. Appreciate you coming through. All right, moving on to the program. Will G once again says Trump ain't shit. Taking away a Biden policy to actually lower drug prices just to put his name on it. Executive order that does nothing. Yeah, that did he actually do that? Took away a policy by Biden that lowered drug prices, and he's basically saying he took away a drug policy or a policy that was going to lower drug prices that was imposed by Biden, put the same thing in its place, but just did it to have his name on it. Did he actually do that? Yeah, big dog. Thank you for the head mustache. I mean, that's some narcissistic shit if Trump actually did that. Wow. But once again, says Will G says MAGA ain't shit as well, saying Biden drug price policy only helped illegals and pharma, paid Biden off, whatever that meant. Trump has a hard-on for immigrants. I mean, now my last caller, a bit harsh in her language, but I mean, I can't totally deny what she's saying. I mean, the evidence shows that Trump has a hard-on for immigrants that are, people of color. I mean, let's face it. Remember when Biden was flying immigrants up north in the middle of the night and sending them to sanctuary cities, and people were complaining that he's giving them EBT cards, he's giving them 5-star hotel accommodations and free phones and treating them better than homeless Americans and veterans. Well, Trump has only brought a few folks in so far, but he's really doing the same thing. I mean, he's brought those folks over here, and I hear that he's giving them phones and giving them accommodations, all of the same shit that we were bitching about Biden doing. Now the argument is, well, he didn't do as many of them as Biden did, but he's literally doing the same thing. He's had his own administrative members meet them on the tarmac. He's kind of doing the same thing. It's just his immigrants happen to be white and Biden's immigrants happen to be people of color. So I want to point that out. My caller did have a point in regards to that. She just was really harsh in stating it. And I see Jeremy says, because they deserve it. Based on what? Deserved it how? You realize how many South Africans, white South Africans, are all over the internet stating that what Trump is claiming is happening in South Africa is not true? That they're not being tortured, they're not having their land. I mean, there's a lot of South Africans online saying that stuff is not happening. So I don't know, or you say they deserved it. I don't know where you're getting that from, but I'll go ahead and continue on with the program, and we'll make that happen with Jeremy. How many pardons did Trump issue to felons during 45? I can't answer that question. I don't know. Jeremy, good evening.
Good to see you, Tim. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Good to have you back on. So you believe the white South Africans deserved to be brought over
110%.
Based on what makes you say they deserved it?
Well, for instance, the actual African government itself, the South African government itself, is not at all hesitant to say "shoot to kill." That's their primary phrase about the Boer, also the white farmer. They are absolutely being 100% and open and mask off about it. It's not.
I haven't heard that though, Jimmy. I have not heard of a bunch of white South Africaners being murdered by their government. I haven't heard of that.
It's 100% happening. So it's not. So what happens is though the South African government itself doesn't do it. South African government just refuses to prosecute the people who do it, and if they're white,
shit, that happens.
The victims are white.
That happens here every time the police wrongfully kills an African American and gets off on it. The police are the government.
In the United States, that rarely ever happens in the United States, and it's becoming a national government policy.
Really?
Yes.
The police rarely wrongfully shoot somebody in the United States and not get prosecuted?
Yes.
All right, keep going. I think you're completely wrong in it, but keep going.
Okay. So anyway, glad Gangster Grandma called you a bootlicker again. It's always good to see.
She doesn't like me. She wants me to really be far to the left, and everything Trump is doing under the sun is wrong. If I don't agree with that, she doesn't like me.
Yeah, people wonder why we call her a cult member. You know, like she really likes
your audio's going in and out. You sound like you're away from the mic.
Yeah, she really likes her math homework minus the A. Anyway,
oh my God! It took me a second to grab. You're wrong for that.
I know, right? Anyway, thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed that one. But okay, so look, there's an app that you should use that really helps you see both sides of the argument. It's called Ground News, and both the left and the right have been promoting it heavily. Okay, and it's because it's an actually good app. It's not a news app itself; it's an aggregate of other news.
Here's the problem, though. If I use that app you're recommending, what does it say about who won the 2020 election?
It says that Joe Biden did.
Okay, so in other words, it also says that Trump is lying about that election.
Yes, it does, and specific. Well, it itself doesn't say that. What it does is it gives you other news sources and helps you see who is saying what. So basically, it'll show side by side who's reporting on what. It even shows how many sources on the left are saying something and how many sources are on the right are saying. So you'll see that isn't it convenient? A bunch of people on the left aren't talking about the Boer being executed by the South African government and by paramilitaries in South Africa. The Boer are the white farmers, by the way. I'm hearing that they own a lot of sources on the left doing that, but there's plenty on the right. But and then I'll also show you on the left.
Well, first of all,
they will report on things like a woman who was being kept alive, who's brain dead, in order to finish giving birth to a child. That's being covered by the left, but not by the right.
Well, first of all, I always get folks, because we having these discussions with MAGA and liberals in the same platform. I'm always hearing folks telling me you're getting your news from the wrong source, or you're getting it from CNN or MSNBC, or you're watching The View too much. And that, like what you pointed out, Ground News, I like the way that sounds. And normally my litmus test is exactly what I asked you. Anytime somebody tells me I'm getting my news from the wrong source, like MSNBC or CNN, I always ask them, what does the news source they recommend say in regards to who won the 2020 election? That is my litmus test, because any news source that's claiming that Trump won that 2020 election, that usually is a killer for me. If your news source is telling you Trump won, then your news source is not reliable. And that's what I usually ask them is, what does your news source say about that? And oftentimes their news source is one of the ones claiming that Trump won.
Yeah. Also, by the way,
microphone.
How's that? Is that better? Oh, actually, it's a new phone, and I think I see where the mic is actually at on the phone. There we go. So do me a favor. Look up Lauren Southern Farmlands. It's a good documentary that explains exactly what happens in South Africa. And she actually does a good job of explaining how like the South African blacks are actually not angry for no reason. She does a good job of showing both sides and how for years, apartheid was a very real problem.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, because I think they're saying whites own as much as 70% of the land in South Africa, and even though the population is the majority black, so it's pretty clear the way the white population originally took ownership of that land was by nefarious activities. But that was a generation or two in the past. I'm asking this question: what should they do in that country if most of the landowners in the country obtain their land through fraudulent means? What should the black population do? Just let them keep it because it happened in the past?
They should use other methods in order to get it, in order to get the land.
Give me some examples.
In other words, well, here's a good example. So, people who are defaulting on their land because they can't make the payments, and who got their land through the nefarious means, should be subjected to the same stuff that the banks would do to black farmers. And there should be as much racial bias taken out as possible. Now, I don't see it being a good thing to punish people from the past for what happens in the future. That wouldn't be fair, because if your dad slapped my dad, that's not your fault. I don't have the right to put you.
Well, hold on. But somebody in the comments said that apartheid ended 30 years ago. That means some of these folks will still be alive. That ain't that long ago.
Yeah. Yeah, if some of them are still alive and they got it through nefarious means, they should be compensated. And
what about criminally charged for stealing?
Sure, that could be okay too. Here's the issue: they're not doing that. Yeah, and like I said, the name of the woman who did this documentary, she's a journalist, very well respected in the YouTube space. Lauren Southern is her name.
My machine is so damn locked up right now. I was trying to bring it up, I can't do shit. My machine is frozen right now. See when it comes clear. But so you do believe, though, through some method or another, maybe you're coming up with less harsher methods, but you do believe if most of the land is owned by whites that obtain it by nefarious purposes, it should, through some form or another, be taken back from some of them. You sound like that's what you're agreeing to, right?
If the generation that took it in the first place is still there and owning it, if they're not, if it's like second or third generation, at that point it would be wrong, because then you'd be taking away land and that people who grew up on that they didn't try to steal themselves. You'd be punishing people who had nothing to do with it.
No, but they're gaining from it. That would be like if let's say I go out and rob a bank and I bury the loot in my backyard, and my great grandkid discovers it 100 years from now. Should they be able to keep it? Even though everybody knows it's still got the bank paper wrapped on it. I mean, should they be able to keep that?
Well, considering that the people who were stolen from were probably dead.
Right. Everybody in the bank is dead. Everybody in the bank is dead.
But here's the thing. If you really if it's that much of an issue, and I can understand it's an injustice, and we don't want injustices to go unrectified if they can be rectified. Maybe they should offer something like a high amount of money from the government to the white farmers who can be proven to have got it through nefarious means, to sell off sections of their land.
So what you basically this is, by the way, this is very similar to my bank example. So I robbed the bank, and my great grandkids have found the loot, and you're suggesting, well, the bank should maybe offer some money to my great grandkid to get their items of valuable back. This was stolen property. You didn't. It was literally taken a few generations ago, and you're saying because the people who stole it are dead, the people who are living should actually be given money for it. I mean, they're still profiting from it.
But here's the thing: we kind of already do this.
You're on the mic.
Mike. Crazy. But think about how many times pirate treasure has ever.
Your mic.
Think about how many. We kind of already do this. Think about how many times pirate treasure is. Is your machine working again?
No, not yet. But go ahead. I'm listening to you. It might be.
Think about how often pirate treasure is found. You want to know what we do? We don't return it necessarily to the country of origin that the pirates stole it from. Usually, finders keepers, and usually there's a certain tax that it involves. And some items might be put in a museum, but usually the people who discover it oftentimes are allowed to keep it.
I don't know if that's. I mean, like, let's say for instance you find, because during World War II, Germany took all of the valuables from Jewish folks, paintings, jewelry, you name it, took the teeth out of their mouths. If you find a painting that can be traced back to a Jewish family, that's, let's say, somebody that lives down in Argentina, where a lot of the Nazis went, has a painting, you can trace that back to it. They can lay claim to that. They actually can lay claim to that. If you can prove it was stolen, even though it was generations ago, they can lay claim to that. You don't just keep somebody's shit. Well, unfortunately, the people we stole it from are dead, and it was your grandmother, but she's dead now, so you can't. I mean, you can understand at the very least why they would be angry for something like that, right?
Right. Well, here's the bigger issue. There's bigger stakes here, because here's the thing: a painting is memorabilia, right? And
it's an item of value. It's an item of value.
It is an item of value, but it's not directly linked to your survival. Someone's ability to farm is linked directly to their survival. So taking it away wouldn't have just the consequence of just, oh yeah, well, you'll get a job somewhere else. That might be their only source of income, and a lot of farmers are generational. So a lot of times, a lot of people aren't farmers anymore in general. The average age of a farmer is in their 60s. And a lot of these people probably didn't agree with apartheid or any of the evil stuff that happened, and then we're going to take their land away from them and basically leave them destitute.
Well, that's exactly what happened to the people your grandfather took the land from. They're living somewhere else. I mean, you got black families that are growing up, as you say, in destitute, because the land that you've been inheriting through your generation would have been in their family. But you're living good and they're living in destitute because your family stole something from them.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying a good compromise might be for the government to offer a lot of money for sections of that land.
So they
hey, I think we can both agree. Apartheid was evil, and this is one of the worst parts about apartheid is it leaves this question of, well, who deserves the land? Because at the end of the day, real people are going to be affected by it. So I think we can both agree on that, right? Apartheid was evil.
Yeah, we can agree real people are going to be affected by it, no doubt. But the people on one side that are affected by it, they know that they're living through ill-gotten gains. I mean, like I said, using the bank robbery example, if I know that my grandfather stole a bunch of money and it's been in the wall and I've been living off of it for the last 40, 50 years, and all of a sudden, they find out that the money is hidden in the wall of my house, well, I'm going to be hurt if you take this from me. You don't supposed to have it. You never was supposed to have it. You should be happy you got to live. You should be happy you got to live this good so far. This is stolen property.
I understand. And I think another solution could be that a portion of the profits from that land through taxes could be given to black families that towards their education and stuff like that. So that way they can get better jobs and do better and live better. Also, were you able to pull up the video I told you about?
No, my machine is frozen, but I'll write it down and take a look at it. For some reason, my machine is real hesitant right now, and I got to move it on anyway. But what was the name of the person you said?
Her name is Lauren Southern, and her documentary is called Farmlands.
I'll check it out, but I'm going to tell you, and I don't know what she's saying, but there's a lot of folks that are saying likely the opposite. There's a lot of folks saying that what Trump and the Trump administration is saying that's happening over there is nowhere near as bad as he's claiming. A lot of folks are saying that. Like you mentioned, they should pay for the land. A lot of folks are saying that they're being offered money for that land. They're not having their land stolen. They're not being tortured and killed, and some of the stuff that Trump is saying. A lot of folks are saying that. So I'll check your source out, but I'm just letting you know there's a lot of sources that are saying the opposite. Jeremy, thank you for coming through.
Always have a pleasure to have you. Wait for it to come up, I should say.
All right.
Have a good one.
All right, you too. And by the way, folks, tap the screen. I haven't asked that. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. Feel free to share the live if you will. Helps everything out. Helps out. Certainly brings in more MAGA. The program is always MAGA friendly. One thing I haven't had to hold up recently is the Trump was right hat. I normally hold it up when Trump says something is right. I get accused of fluffing for doing that, but haven't had to do that lately. But tap the screen, get the likes on up to 20,000. Let your thumbs not be lazy. In the comments, somebody was pointing out something about if you find coins or something. WR said you go find gold coins in the sea dang, something about you find gold coins in the sea, dang yours, they take it back, tell them to cut off that shit out, please. Whatever. Listen, if you find somebody's property in the sea and they can prove it's their property, you can't lay claim, you can't lay ownership claims to it. They can take that. Let's say we got a lot of military vehicles that have went down in the sea. Let's say you're out somewhere, you're out fishing or whatever, off the coast of the US where you're in international waters. So you're not on American, you're not within American territory. I think once you're 12 miles out to sea, that's considered international water. So once you're 12 miles away from any border, you're in international waters. So let's say you do come across the remnants of a jet or a military helicopter that went down, and you go down there and you find some shit of value. You're gonna tell me they can't get that back from you? You're gonna tell me finders keepers? Bullshit. They're gonna come to your house and do whatever they gotta do to take that back from you. You're not gonna be there. I don't care if it goes all the way back to World War One. If they want it, they're gonna take it. You know, well, it was mine. I found it. No, you can't just find somebody's property and claim it, which is kind of what the South Africans are trying to do. People in South Africa can prove their ancestors own the land. It's a no-brainer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can, but it didn't work for the natives here. But in their case, the people who can prove that they once owned the land are now in power, and they want their shit back. Will G says, so if the white South Afrikaners or Africans deserve refugee status, what about the Haitians and South African gangs going through essentially the same thing? In my opinion, they don't. In my opinion, based on that statement right there, they don't deserve refugee status. There's a lot of folks around the world that are going through far worse than what the South Afrikaners are going through. Way worse than that. People, I mean, what's happening in Gaza right now? Where they literally, people are dying due to starvation. The Israelis are holding up food and aid. I mean, even the Russians let us drop aid into Berlin after the war. I mean, what they doing to them is really bad. I mean, that's the shit they doing to the folks in Gaza is probably only a slightly better than what the Germans did to them during World War II. I mean, they bombing hospitals and shit. It just indiscriminate stuff. You could literally take a shot at an Israeli and run into a hospital full of people, and they'll just blow the hospital up and say, well, there was a bad guy in there. I mean, they literally doing some horrible, horrible shit. So I hate that. What I really hate is that everything they're doing that would probably has made in the USA written on the side. All of the bombs, all of the aircraft, all of the machinery and equipment, all of that shit got made in the USA on the side of it. Looking in the comments, Will G says, typical white behavior. Moving the goalposts. You can gain vengeance unless people that did it are still alive. But we all know white people, when they get what they want, they don't care, past or present. I'd have to break that one down, but in my opinion, just because the thief is dead, don't mean the descendants of the thief should automatically get to keep the merchandise. I use the perfect example, which I believe is a good example, is that if I was to rob a bank and bury the money in my backyard, and I passed away, and 50, 60 years later, my great grandkids dig up what's in the backyard, do they get to keep the money? If everyone knows that they have it, say for instance, they dig it up and somebody see them and call the cops or whatever, and it's literally got the bank wrapping paper and all of that shit on it. And let's say the bank is closed, bank is no longer in operation. Do they get to keep the money? No. We all know that's not going to happen. So the idea that you took something, but you're deceased now, and your descendants who are enjoying it should be able to get to keep it. That's not true. That's just moving the goalposts, as Will said, to make it sound right for this group of people. But we would never allow that in any other situation. Will says Jeremy ain't shit. Really? Oh my God. Let me go back to the box. Oh my God. Well, your home isn't yours, and an Indian. Well, your home isn't yours, and as Indian, am coming to collect. Well, we're talking about land. I mean, you may have, by now, I'm assuming you've built a home on the land that wasn't there back then. Continuing on, tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 20,000, if you will. We'll go to Whiskey Romeo, one of my subscribers, WR. Good evening, welcome to the program. Now, WR, you pointed out something you thought I had wrong. Hopefully it brings him up. I'd love to talk to him. I think you're MAGA. The box is playing games. Damn, I'll see if we WR, if it doesn't bring you up, go ahead and put in the re-request. I'll give it a moment to time out. Literally, there we go. WR, good evening.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Good to have you on.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me walk out.
Are you on Bluetooth? Are you on Bluetooth?
No, I'm in the store, but hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. I gotta go out.
All right, we'll give you a minute. I'll read a comment.
Let me go outside.
Okay, I don't own anything, says Mark. That's well.
Hold on. Let me walk out the door because I've been waiting, and I just said, well, maybe you wouldn't call me up before I got out. Hold on.
Okay.
Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
Give me 2 seconds.
Okay, I'll give you 2 seconds, but stop talking. Just talk to me when you're ready. Talk to me when you're ready, because you're talking. Let
I'm
me read
ready
the
right
comment.
now. I'm ready right now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, so what I want to say is, Tim, is what I've been hearing now. First of all, let's get this straight. The other night you was talking, the lady who called you Pookie, I was messing with you. She talking about you be gaslighting.
Yeah.
So you made me subscribe. I say I gotta subscribe. It was subscriber. I said I gotta subscribe and get up here and
Thank
talk.
you.
As soon as I subscribed, the show went off. I was so mad. I'm like, Tim got me to subscribe.
Well, I assure you that was not the intention. I mean, it probably
No,
didn't.
I know that, Tim. But what I want to say is, what happens is we get lost in the sauce, and everybody's lost in the sauce right now because everything's happening so fast. See, we ain't talking about Abrego Garcia no more. We ain't talking about all them important issues with Social Security no more. Every day he has us on a different subject, and that's the problem. And then now here we go. I don't care. Bring all the bring all the South white Africans over here if you want to. I'm outside of Walmart, and this is one of the things I'm boycotting. So I don't buy Walmart brand. But
Why are you boycotting Walmart?
Hey man, they support us. They supporters of that same people I'm talking to you about.
Okay.
But I don't buy their brand. I come in here, but I don't buy their brand. So, my Huns and my Pete's hot sauce and all that stuff. It don't say Walmart on it.
If you're in their business, even though you're not buying profiting off of the brands they sell for other people.
Hey man, that's where I live at. Next thing is Target. The next thing is Sam's. All Walmart, everything. I live in Florida. I'm in the red state. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't rural. We ain't got too many
you ain't gonna have nowhere to
black
shop
farmers
soon.
around here and black companies and businesses.
Have you
black
heard?
People, we don't even have a.
Have
we
you
don't
heard
even have
that?
a black supermarket.
Have you heard that Walmart is allegedly going to raise their prices due to the tariffs? Have you heard anything about that?
Everybody raising their prices. It's them went up. I'm in here right now. I can put you on live. And I can show you, I stay right around the college, and I can show you the parking lot right now. Hold on. Let me see. I'm going to do this.
What the price of, what has went up in price? What items?
Everything. Bacon, juice, eggs. Eggs was $2.49. They about $5 or $6 now. So, I mean, it's going up. It ain't going up to a rate that you can't afford, but if you got kids in a family, that's the extra money you got to look for. And then I can tell you, I already told you I drive trucks, and I be a Venice. I'm in Florida. I'm in Tampa,
okay.
So I don't care. You get mad, come see me. I go to Venice, St. Pete. I go to St. Pete. I go everywhere. I go in the rural areas, and it's not like it used to be for us, the farmers. You look on my page, you'll see empty strawberry fields. And on my phone, I got to try to figure out how to transfer last year, before Trump got elected, to show you the strawberry fields with all the migrants on them. Now, you look on my page, you'll see the strawberries right when Trump got elected, the field was green, and now you'll see now. And these I'm pointing. I'm all over the Florida. That's what I'm telling you.
But
Now,
let me ask you though. Are you saying that under Trump egg prices have went up? Stevie D in the comments, and he's a strapping lad. He works out.
You know they done went up.
Actually, I disagree. I think they went down.
No, I'm in Florida. Where you at?
I'm in the Chicago area. I'm in Illinois.
Well, Florida went up. I'm in a red state, so they always say we gonna feel it worse than where y'all at. So, what I was saying about that is, you look on my page and you'll see the strawberry fields and the peaches and all them fields. It is nothing but dirt growing dirt right now. You know what I'm saying? But what I really wanted to say to your last caller is, all these people y'all want to get on here and sympathize about these South Africans that coming over here. They running from genocide. Man, that's bullshit. They didn't say nothing before Trump opened his mouth. They wasn't talking about the South Africans then, but when they stole the Mona Lisa, they looked for the Mona Lisa how many years? And they found it. I don't know whether the man was dead, unalive, but when they found it, or he was living. But if they found him, they took him to jail.
That's a good point.
You hear me?
Yeah, that's
just
a good
like
point.
your definition of robbing a bank. Tell them to get that through their thick head. You go rob something, I don't care if it's 30 years later. They coming and taking it back.
Yeah.
So why shouldn't them people take back 70% of their fucking country?
Yeah.
Tell them people that's out there talking, you ain't said nothing about a South African. All you've been talking about is a Southerner. Now Trump say, oh yeah, they being persecuted. You ain't even go read and seen if they been persecuted. Ain't nobody being persecuted over there but the black people. They eating foo-foo. They eating off their head. And before the apartheid, I was looking at this show, Bizarre Foods with Eric Zimmerman, and he showed them in South Africa. And the dude that's sitting at the table eating with him, he said, years ago, you wouldn't be able to do this with us. You wouldn't be able to sit here with us and eat at the table. You wouldn't go to jail.
I'll push back slightly. I have heard that some folks, some white South Africans have been mistreated. Some folks have went around and hurt people, but I don't think it's anywhere near the level that the Trump administration is trying to make it sound.
It's not. It's not, because you would have been hearing about it.
Yeah.
Only thing you hear about is what he said, and these people come back and repeat without doing research. They went past the 8th grade.
I mean, listen. Why do you think that they suddenly have this push to look out for the South Africans? Because you're right. During Trump's first term, it was not coming up.
Because they ain't the people. Listen, I'm telling you where I'm at. Because they ain't the people that you think you talking to on this TikTok. I'm in right here, right now, outside of Walmart, and I'm talking loud. You think somebody approached me? You think somebody said something to me? No. That's them people they paying to get up here on these panels with this apartheid shit. Elon Musk got a lot of money.
Wait a minute, hold on. Because I often hear that when you see these town hall meetings and folks are protesting the Republican politicians, that the Democrats are paying these protesters. You're saying that the Republicans are paying folks to speak out against apartheid?
Yes, I'm saying that. If they're going to say it about us, I'm saying it about them. That's what they doing. The Democrats ain't doing nothing. The Democrats to protected their civil rights. They got the DEI. They got everything for them. They don't know it, but they're going to see it. And when I was talking about the strawberry fields, y'all ain't felt it yet. Y'all ain't see. I see it every day. It just ain't caught up yet. It's nothing in them fields. Nobody's working. The other day in the villages that's in Webster, Florida, they raided ICE raids over there.
I thought the villages.
Ain't nobody building no houses. I got 2 brand new houses sitting right in between my old raggedy house. Ain't nobody brought them. Nobody ain't brought them.
I thought the villages.
And they going for $1 million.
I thought the villages consisted of a bunch of old white elderly people that had money.
That's what I just told you. They went over there. They raided them because the villages turned against them. So you got to see what's going on. The village people came out for Pamela Harris, and they did these big things in their golf carts and everything. So now what they gonna do they gonna fuck with him. Just like me. Sooner or later, they gonna fuck with me too. But you know what? I don't care. I done been there. And the first time I get in, I'm looking for the poker. First dude I get with, and he cool with me, I'm gonna say, where the poker at, man? Because I'm gonna protect myself.
The poker.
Where the poker?
That's old school. That's old school. The poker, huh? That's old school. Wow.
Yeah, that's the poker.
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
That's TikTok language.
So let me ask you the question of the live, the whole purpose of this. I guess I kind of know your answer, but what I'm asking folks is, are you happy under the current Trump administration? I think I kind of know your answer, but I'll let you answer it nevertheless.
Yeah, but listen, I don't have nothing against Trump. I just got something against what he doing, because it don't show nothing but pure hate against me. You think I'm gonna sit up and tell you I love you and you doing shit against me? Come on, man. That's the stupidest shit I ever heard. And that's the dumbest shit we ever fell for. If we don't get our shit right, we're gonna be in that same situation again.
Well, when you say doing things against you sound like kind of like what Gangsta Grandma was hammering me for. You're saying that you believe Trump is doing things that are anti-black?
Come on, man. You the same color as me. If you don't see it, don't make me call you Pookie. Don't make me call you Pookie.
Well, I'm gonna ask you the same thing I asked her. Give me some examples of things that, because Trump is saying he's done more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln. What are you saying that Trump has done that is anti-black?
Listen, Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves because their ass was in trouble. It take 500 of us. They say how many people? 100 can't beat a gorilla. No, 100 probably white men couldn't beat a gorilla, but 100 black men are killing. Okay, so our ancestry and our roots go back that far. Unalive him for TikTok purposes only, and educational. But we, examples that he did for us, he ain't doing nothing. Lincoln said he freed us. He didn't free us. He only let us go out there to fight because he had to.
Yeah, but
he back, hold on, listen. When we came back, we was trained then. You feel me?
I'm listening.
We was trained. Yeah, we was trained black people. Now you go back and pull that contract against them trained black people. Then it probably wouldn't be nothing but black people here right now.
But let's be clear. If it was not for Abraham Lincoln, we would not be free.
We will be free anyway, because ain't nobody gonna take this shit another 400 years unless somebody think they is. Are you gonna take it? Nobody ain't taking that shit no more. This 2025, and if we gotta go out like soldiers again, we just sitting back right now eating popcorn and pouring Pete's hot sauce on the tater chips. You feel me?
But you don't
That's
believe.
all we doing.
You don't believe.
When it's time to come, when it's time to come, it ain't gonna be too late. It's gonna be too late for some of them.
But you don't believe Trump is trying to take us back to that, do you?
Trump trying to insurrection is that once he get it to the norm, and get people to think, oh well, yeah, he just doing like these people calling him, yeah, the Africans should be over here. Yeah, the Africans, y'all done took all the people's shit in Africa. Now they want to take it back. I'd be happy for them to take it back. Send me back over there with them. Send all us back over there with them. We'll adjust. We'll learn, and we probably will be better off. But we gotta have some nuclear. We just can't go over there without.
But how do you respond?
Rosewood no more. Ain't no more Rosewoods. Ain't no more Emmett Tills no more. That stuff is over. And you starting to see it. People starting to get mad. And it's going to be a different movement. The movement they got right now is very good. And I encourage the people who voted him in to try to stand up and take that movement and try to get him out of there.
But how do you respond? How do you respond? How do you respond to people who point out that under Trump, black employment was down? I mean, he often brags that he allocated money to HBCUs. I mean, has he really treated African Americans that bad? Because folks are suggesting that he treated blacks pretty good.
You know when you got a dog and you got a cat.
Okay.
You got a dog over here and you got the cat, and you first introduce them. The dog is gonna go after the cat, and the cat gonna defend himself. So the dog, once he figure out he gonna defend himself, he kind of back down, and then he approach him a little different the next day. So that's how 47 do with black people. Oh yeah, I can just calm him down and do this for him. I can pardon Lil Wayne and his partner and all this, you know, and they ain't even said nothing. You know why? Because in their contracts, they can't help nobody. They can't even go in their neighborhood and pass out turkeys.
But I don't get what you're saying. That doesn't quite answer the question.
They contracted out like that.
Yeah, but you're talking about, but that doesn't really answer the question. I'm saying that a lot of folks believe that Trump done a significant amount for the black community. And you're painting a picture that's just the opposite. Can you explain what Trump has done that's been so harmful to the black community?
You look around. Just look around.
And what will I see?
Answer.
What will I see?
Just look around. Just look around. Look around and see what the most. I ain't gonna say it, like, cause I drive everywhere, and in the rich neighborhood, I see people look just like me. It ain't many of them. I see in the deep in the woods, some people look like me. It ain't many of them. Just look around. Look how many. Look at the cows and shit. What you did for us? You ain't open up no grocery stores. You ain't gave us no land. You bringing them over here and giving them that land. You really ain't gave it to them. Yeah, I told you a long time ago when Project 2025 came out that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah, but wait, hold on. You're saying look around and all. Did Biden do any of that stuff?
Biden helped more with the economy and infrastructure and everything else. He tried to do everything he could. You see any white people on Trump cabinet? Yeah, Biden did a lot.
I see a lot of white people on Trump cabinet.
Yeah, ain't no white people. Ain't no white people in Trump cabinet. Period.
What? They're all white.
Yeah, I mean black. Ain't no black people over there. That tell you a whole lot. Ain't nobody even got to be arguing with these fools on here about, because they know what they is. That's what they support. That's what I don't argue with them. Since after the election, you know I used to be on here all the time in the comments trying to come up and talk to you before the election. After the election, I just realized them bitches dumb. They stupid as fuck. And I'm in a mixed relationship. My girl is white.
All right, WR, I gotta move it on.
She talk on here all the time, but she, you know what? She's not like them. I can tell you that. And she don't even talk like me. She talk just like a white girl talk, but she understand what her people done did. And she'll tell you, white people dumb. White people vote against their own interests. White people stupid.
I'm gonna tell you, some of that sound like hate, but WR, I gotta move it on.
Move it on, brother. I love you, man. I listened to the show. You had me in the hot the other night. I was trying to come in when she was calling you Pookie. And you guys like Tim. I'm like, man. Because you had me mad, too, because you were just like tonight. You gonna ask me all these questions, but you know what? It's to invoke thought. I know why you ask these questions.
There you go. It's to promote thought.
You got to invoke the thought process.
Exactly.
Man. And you always got to do it. I love you, Tim. Go ahead. Move it on. I'm listening. Going to Walmart. They close in about 15 minutes.
All right. Appreciate it. Wow. There you go. Tim straight out of FLA. By the way, tap the screen. Get the like. Poor WR. Tap the screen. Get your boy on up to 30,000. Having a hell of a lot of problems with my damn computer. Now, I went out and bought a new one. I may have to finally go ahead and put it in use. I don't know what the hell is happening here, but this one is taking forever to reset, which is why I got a black screen behind me, because I did want to run some of the information from the program. But anyway, continuing on, Kamala's grandfather's house is Kamala Harris, her grandfather's house is in Zambia. I don't know what relevance that has. The head of housing and urban development is a black guy. Yeah, I don't know. Trump loves putting black people over housing and urban development. I guess it's the word urban, because he gave it to Ben Carson the first time, and Ben Carson's like a fucking brain surgeon. Why would you give Ben Carson? I mean, you know, the whole notion that Dr. Fauci didn't know what the hell he was talking about, you know, MAGA still doesn't like Dr. Fauci. What Trump should have did is reallocated Dr. Fauci to something else. I think he got popular from being part of the HIV task force. That's where Fauci gained his fame and notoriety. Trump should have put him back on that, and he could have gave Ben Carson, put him over the pandemic and a task force or whatever. He could have done that, but to give a brain surgeon housing and urban development, what Ben Carson did in that position was all essentially nothing but like a ghost payroller. Just show up and wave to the folks and sit in your office all day. I mean, I don't know. Ben Carson probably has absolutely nothing he did in that time frame that he's going to be well known for. That was simply returning a favor to President Trump. Carson was running for president for a short period of time. He was doing well in the polls, stepped down, endorsed Trump, and Trump rewarded him with that position. Very similar to how he's rewarded a few other people with positions, which is what happens in politics. But putting Ben Carson over housing and urban development makes, I mean, what about HHS? Like what Kennedy is over. And by the way, Kennedy is only in that position as a favor. You got Kennedy on TV today, I think it was, or yesterday, being asked whether or not he would recommend a measles vaccination, and him following up by saying, well, you know, you shouldn't really look to me for advice. You're the fucking leader of all of the departments, the FDA, the CDC. You're in control of all of the medical organizations in this country. You can't answer something as simple as, do you recommend the measles vaccination for kids? He shouldn't be in that position. He just shouldn't be. Even if you're going to say some kooky shit, you should be able to answer that question. If you don't trust the vaccine, damn it, come out and say that. But to give no answer as the head of HHS, that's ridiculous. Let me go back to the box. Looks like my computer may be coming up. Brain surgeon for head of housing. Yeah, makes sense. That's why you put a granny as head of UFC. You put a prisoner as head of school. Makes sense. Makes it. Yeah, well, some are arguing that we put a felon as head of the White House. I mean, that's how some folks are saying that, you know, you can't complain that Trump is doing things unconstitutional or he's violating the law. Wasn't he a felon when we gave him the job to begin with? I mean, this is what some people are saying is that, I mean, he had a bunch of convictions already on him. You give him the job as president, he's committing crimes and you're acting shocked. That's what some folks are saying. Anyway, looking in the comments, and thank you folks that are sharing and tapping the screen. We should be around 40,000, but tap the screen, get us up to 30,000. I'll go back to the box. We're asking that simple question. Are you happy under the Trump administration? He is our president. He is our commander in chief. Are you happy so far with how the country is being ran, let's say, as opposed to Joseph R. Biden? Lewis, good evening. Welcome to the program.
Hey, good evening, Tim.
Hey.
Well, I love gangster. I'm telling you, gangster.
Oh my
grandma.
God. She's quickly becoming one of my most favorite guests from the liberal side. I get folks in my inbox talking about gangster grandma.
I'm so happy when you bring me up after her.
God.
Because I'm telling you something. She says everything that I don't want to have to say, Tim, because you're my boy. I don't want to be mean to you. So I'm so glad that she covers the bases so I don't have to tell your sorry ass that you are.
God, what the hell am I getting wrong that grandma is coming out like a hero?
I get what you're doing. I get what you're doing. Don't get me wrong. I get what you're doing. I'm all with you on that because you do have to let everybody get their point of view across. I get that.
True.
But I'm telling you something. Just like the guy right before the WR there, the guy right before him saying something like, I wish you would have asked him one thing. Do he think black people should get reparations? That's what I wish.
That's a great. I know where you're going with that because that's what we're doing with the white South Africans in attempt. That's a great question. That is a great question.
Absolutely.
But
so the next time one of them come up and saying that they deserve to come here, ask them, do he think black people deserve to get reparations? See, this is where white people get it wrong at, is they think that we think that they owe us something. We don't think they owe us anything. We think the United States owe us something. And that's where people get it wrong at. They always think that we think white people owe us something. I don't blame white people for anything that their ancestors did.
Yeah, but if it comes from the United States
government.
Yeah, but if you say the United States owe us and not white people, that's essentially where the money is coming from. No, I mean, most of the money in this country is centralized in the hands of white people.
Yeah, but I know what you mean. But they take it as us insulting them. And it's not them. It was the government back then that did that. It was the United States that did that. It wasn't per se the people that are here now. It's the people that were there then, which was the United States from back then. We're not blaming them. I don't have any animosity for white people now when it comes to slavery or any of those things that happened back then. That was then. But just a perfect example. What people don't understand is that Donald Trump is trying to get more white people in America. That's why he's bringing those South Africans here. And Elon Musk is buying up all that farmland in Texas. That's where those people are going to go to.
What are they creating their own little Branch Davidian or something?
He bought 6,000 acres in Texas. And he's bringing over these South African farmers. So that's where they're going. I bet you they end up in Texas and in Florida because that's where he's bought most of the land at.
I guess the way to tell if what you're saying is accurate, once they are in that area, start sending white people through to stop off and get something to eat at a local restaurant or apply for a job, and see how black people in that area get treated. You could probably, because they gotta have places to live. They're not all gonna be living on the farm. They may have subdivisions and other things popping up. And just start having people of color try to get in the area and see, are they being racially profiled, for instance? Do they have any on the police force? I mean, you can find out real quick if that's what they're trying to do.
The South African president, what people don't understand is that most of the administration in South Africa are still white people. It's just the president is. I mean, a lot of the high officials are black now that couldn't be back then. But a lot of the high officials and what do you call them, mayors and all that stuff are still white people. They're not black people. They're still white people. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So white people, black people, the majority of people that's in government in South Africa are still white. They're not black.
So this certainly is not over. So it's certainly not over.
That's why the prime minister came on and said he's the president of South Africa. He said that this is all false allegations. These people are just leaving because we are taking back land that was taken from other people. They should get their land back. And they're not taking land from people who actually have purchased land or have gotten land. This is land that was stolen, not even paid for, not bought or anything, was taken from blacks. So they should get their land back.
But let me ask it to you this way. Let's say, for instance, because it's easy to paint a picture of white men bad, black men innocent, or whatever. But let's say, for instance, you was living in a home on a piece of property. You were brought up there. You've been born and raised there. You've been living there the last 40, 50 years of your life. And all of a sudden, the government shows up. The government shows up to your crib, and they're like, your great-grandfather stole this land some odd, years and years ago, and we are coming here to claim this. Do you think you should have to vacate your home? You've been living there your whole life, but because they're showing that your grandfather somebody stole it, you got to go.
I don't think the government should do that. I don't think they should do that. I think the government should offer you the opportunity to actually purchase that land legitimately. And if you can't do that, then they put it up for sale. Do you follow what I'm saying? 'Cause I don't think you should be able to inherit it just because if it was given to you by ill means, you shouldn't get to keep it. That's your point that you made. You will not be able to keep it, but you should be offered to purchase it legitimately. Even if the government has to give you a loan, even if the government has to, you should be able to purchase it. I think you shouldn't be kicked away from your land. And that's what the guy was saying. He's saying they have the opportunities to purchase the land, just like the people who coming in trying to claim the land. They don't just give it to them. They have to purchase it.
So in other words, you've been living on this land your whole life. And now if you don't have money laying in the bank, you either got to clean out your bank account or go deep in debt to pay for something that you've been used to owning this whole time.
Don't we all?
No. Nobody shows up at your door and suddenly tells you got to pay for it. I mean, you've been living it. You don't inherit this place from your mom. And now somebody knocks on the door and says you got to pay full price for something you've been living in for the last 40 years. No, you don't normally go through that.
But before you got your house, didn't you have to pay for it?
That is true.
So my thing is that you got to get a mortgage now. But when they took that land from from the black Africans, they didn't have to buy it. They didn't have to go in debt.
That is true also. Yeah.
So why shouldn't they have to go in debt now to keep it?
I hear what you're saying. I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate on the other side because it is a case of.
I told it wouldn't be fair, and I don't think they should just come in and say, okay, get out, and blacks can go and move on in there. That's not how it should work. It should be like, you need to purchase this land. We give the proceeds to the people who had the land, and they can go out and purchase land somewhere else.
But if you don't have, okay, so let's say for instance you don't have any money in the bank to purchase the land, and let's say you got credit issues or whatever, you can't get a bank to loan you the money for it. You are homeless now, right?
I think the federal government should give you the loan.
What do you mean give you?
And then if you foreclose on it, give you the loan, and if you foreclose on it, they do what they do. They foreclose on it and sell it to somebody else.
So give you the money to buy your land, even if you got a bad credit score.
Absolutely.
I think that's probably the fairest I've heard.
Now, Tim, you do know this. The United States is the only country that has credit scores.
Now Australia has them. I lived in Australia. They have credit scores over there. They have. Well, let me put it this way. They have criteria to decide whether to loan you to loan you money or not. They keep a history on your performance.
But what people don't get is that still they do that in the United States too. Credit scores are not that important, not even in the United States. They basically rate your ability to pay on your debt to earnings ratio. That's what most people. If I give you a loan, Tim, I don't care if you got a 510 credit score, but if you're making a shitload of money and have the ability to pay me, I'm gonna give you that loan.
Yeah, but the thing about it is your credit score tells folks if you take people loaning you money seriously. That's because let's keep in mind, people say all the time that Trump, as wealthy as he is, do not pay people that work for him. Just because you're rich and have the ability to pay, don't always mean you're going to do it.
And that's why I give your ass a high ass interest rate.
Okay, but you need a credit score to know all of that stuff.
That's what a credit score basically does. It just establishes your interest rate. It's not whether or not I'm going to give you a loan. It's whether or not what interest rate I'm going to charge your ass. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because I know you're high risk. If you're high risk, I'm going to charge you more.
Yeah. But like I said,
that's really all a credit score does.
Right. But but that's very important. I mean, you don't want. Because if you do have a lending institution, you want to make sure that you're making loans out to the people who are most likely to pay you back. Tim, so you need some kind of way to keep tabs on people that ask you for money.
Tim, I'm black and in my 60s. I don't give a damn about no credit score. You hear what I'm saying? I got a pretty fat bank account. And I don't worry about no goddamn credit score. Do you know what I'm saying?
I hear you, but you do. The credit score originally was not meant for our best interest, so that's another reason why it's been around.
It definitely was. It was definitely a way of. The credit score was created to eliminate your ass. It wasn't created to bring you up equally. So it's something that really bankers kind of don't look at it that way. Bankers look at it. It's like, do I feel like you're a person that I need to trust to give a loan to? That will pay me back. And it really comes down to the gift of your gab and your debt to earnings ratio. Trust me, if you got fat pockets, you'll get that loan. I'm just gonna charge you a lot.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but they do. It is good that they keep some kind of tabs on people that's coming in for a loan. So there is some history. I can look back and see did you default on anybody. All of this stuff is out there, so it does give them a little bit of information to see what your credit worthiness is.
Tim, I'm gonna tell you something. Do you have Android or do you have a iPhone?
For the show, I'm running on both. I got 3 Android devices and 1 iPhone. The iPhone is what's on Instagram right now, but I have 3 devices.
Well,
4 devices.
On your iPhone, you have Jeannie, right? You have Jeannie. Ask her which is worse, a low credit score or no credit. Just actually a bad credit score or no credit, and see what she says.
I would interrupt the show by doing it with the phones, but I could ask Alexa, which one is worse, bad credit score or no credit score at all?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
She don't know how to answer it.
She does that. She says that a lot. That's why I asked you. That's why I asked you with the Android. You know what I'm saying? Androids will answer that question. Jeannie will answer that question. She says they both are not good, but it's better to have a no credit score than to have a bad credit score.
That makes sense. I'd rather not know anything about you than hear bad shit. I mean, that makes sense. I mean,
Absolutely.
which one? Yeah, I mean, if I know you don't harm people in the past versus I don't know if you've been a good citizen or a bad citizen, I would rather trust the unknown than somebody I have a definite information on that's been a bad person. That makes sense.
Exactly. I agree 100%.
That makes sense.
Hey, anyway, Tim, I really appreciate you, man. I definitely think it was a good live. I just wish you would ask that guy how did he feel about reparations, because that says a lot on whether or not
I have never talked to anyone on the right, even people of color on the right, that believes reparations should happen. If a person leans politically right, they are vehemently against. They are against universal health care. They're certainly going to be against reparations. I haven't heard anybody. They don't even believe you should have health care as a right. The fuck you gonna get reparations for? So I already know the answer, but I wish I could have asked him just to hear him specify it. But I already know what the answer is going to be.
I wish, because only reason I said for him particularly, I know what the answer is for most of them, but for him, because he was so adamant that he thought these people should be allowed to come here. I do not think they should be allowed to come here. Here we are kicking black and brown people out of this country. Because people forget, they're not just kicking MS-13 guys out. They're getting rid of Haitians. Yeah. They're getting rid of El Salvadorans. They're getting rid of all black and brown people that's coming to that's in this country right now. And what people don't understand is that they're trying to figure out a way to do something with us too, Tim. Don't think for 1 second they're not.
They're trying to figure out a way to do something with black folks that were born and raised in this country, generations strong.
Watch the next group of people, the next group of terrorists they're going to go after is going to be Bloods and Crips.
That could happen. I do believe that could happen. I got to move it on WR. Lewis, I hope that doesn't happen, but I believe, I think
it's
that,
possible.
if you can deem MS-13 and Trinidad Agua as terrorists, there's a whole lot of bad things that Crips and Bloods and Gangster Disciples and Latin King, it could. I'm not going to say it couldn't happen. I think it's more likely it could than not.
It won't stop with just MS-13 is all I'm saying.
Well said. Thank you. Appreciate it. And I agree with him 100%. I agree with him 100%. If you can deem gangbangers as a terrorist outfit, you can. And I see in the comments, retired fireman said Hell's Angels. Now the Hell's Angels ain't gonna be on that list though. For some reason, the Hells Angels is not going to make that list. But I could certainly see the Gangster Disciples, the Crips, the Bloods. Some of these, especially I'm talking about people of color that are in gangs that are under 30. Them type of groups, I could absolutely see it happening too. But maybe the Banditos, maybe them. You talk about motorcycle gangs, but the Hells Angels would be the last. I don't see it happening to the Hells Angels. I just don't. I'm assuming there will be some kind of mercy for them. Maybe they haven't committed enough crimes or something like that. So not likely. You won't see it happen to the Hells Angels. We'll probably fortunately be able to skip over the Aryan Brotherhood and a few of those folks. They'll probably get lucky, but Crips, Bloods, Latin Kings, folk kind of hustlers, Gangster Disciples, all in black Gangster Disciples. I can see all of them. I could see what my last caller said. I could see it happening to all of them. I absolutely could see that happening. And I could see a large portion of this country, when you put on television the actual crimes that those gangs have committed, agreeing with it. If you can convince people that illegal immigrants consist mostly of rapists and murderers, you can really convince them that Crips and Bloods consist mostly of criminals. It's more validity in the latter. I mean, most immigrants in this country are not raping and murdering people, but most gangbangers are committing crimes. So if you can convince them about the illegal immigrants and get them to go with that, you can certainly put all sorts of gangbangers on TV that are doing things wrong. I'm talking about black African Americans and Mexicans that are born in this country, Hispanics that are born. I'm talking about folks who are actual citizens, generations strong, where you're a citizen of this country. and your mama, your grandmother, your great grandma, they all were citizens of this country. I'm talking about them kind of folks where illegal immigration is not even in the picture. But you're a gang member. I could see them absolutely convincing the public that something that them folks are a terrorist to the community. And like I said, I can see a whole lot of Americans agreeing with it because they've done so much over the years. I mean, even in the black community and shit like that, there's no shortage of folks that have been victimized by gangs in their areas. Cars being stolen, homes being burglarized. It wouldn't be hard to do that. It would not be hard to do that. Now, the problem is how much power does the executive branch get in pursuit of that? Trump is already talking about sending people to Libya and shit like that. And as we've seen with the immigrants, innocent people get caught up in it. Innocent people do get caught up in it because once you give him the ability to round up people that are considered terrorists without due process, then the person you grab don't get a chance to defend themselves in court. So if they round me up and they tell you I was a member of a gang that they've deemed a terrorist outfit, I don't get a chance to defend myself in court because you've already said gang members don't deserve due process. So I'm just gone. I'm in some prison somewhere pleading innocent and nobody's listening to me. That's kind of that's the environment we're kind of setting up right now. The comment says, if you come legally, you should be safe. But if you in the process of getting citizenship and you affiliated yourself with a gang, that's problematic. Does it mean you're violent or criminal? Well, your first part of that statement is not true. You said if you come legally, you should be safe. That's patently false. You got folks who attended protests that are getting kicked out. Well, you're protesting on behalf of Hamas. You're not a gang member or anything. The person is protesting that the Israelis are in active acts of genocide against the Palestinians. That's enough to get you deported. People have been deported for that. So the idea that if you come legally, you can stay, that ain't true. They just have to figure out a reason to say you're doing something wrong while you're here. That is absolutely not true. Coming here legally will not guarantee you can stay right now. They're coming up with different reasons. Tattoos. Tattoos is another one. He hasn't committed any crimes at all. But we saw him hanging around some people that are known gang members, and he has a tattoo that we think is a gang tattoo. That's enough right now. That's all you need. You could be hanging around people in your family that have gotten involved in nefarious activities. Maybe you got a cousin that's a gang member. You just happen to go over his house to hang out with his kids. And you got a tattoo that they decided, I mean, it don't take much. When folks say, man, you're stretching. No, they are stretching. It don't take much at all. Looking in the comments, though, let me move it on. Tap the screen. Jews were citizens. Yeah, it don't take much. Once you've convinced the people that these folks are harmful, people just want to get rid of the harm. They're not going to ask many questions. If you truly believe Trinidad Agora or you believe MS-13 are dangerous people, you just want the danger gone. You're not going to ask much questions. If they tell you we got rid of one of them, you're going to say score one for you. You got rid of. You don't care if the person actually was one. You're not asking any questions. Evil Super Major Boom says your last caller, very powerful. Talk much respect to you and to him. Thank you. By the way, Trump's motto is make America white again. Not anything for actual America. So you believe he's just simply looking out for white people. Damn. All right, let me go back to the box. Make America white again. That's a strong, strong statement. Going to the box. Young Zell. Good evening, Young Zell. I'm starting to wonder, are most people of color seeing it that way, that they're starting to believe that Trump is anti-people of color? My computer is updating, so I can't play or look up shit right now. The whole laptop is giving me problems, but I mean, Black MAGA is still a real thing. There still are Black MAGA. What are they seeing that other folks that are calling Trump a racist or suggesting that Trump's bigoted or intolerant, what are Black MAGA seeing that the rest of the black community that is against Trump, what are they not seeing? Why is there still... Gangster Grandma said, I got a cheap computer. I've been using this computer on the program for 4 solid years. The computer is fine. It says it's updating. Okay, so I'll leave it at that. I got 4 devices running off the same Wi-Fi, so maybe my Wi-Fi is tied up. I don't fucking know. Nagas say retired fireman. I'm assuming that second A should be an I. God. When he pardoned George, when he pardons George Floyd's killer, what do you think? Wow. Wasn't that Ben Shapiro? Wasn't it the Jewish right wing host? Him and I think Steve Bannon. They were talking about pardoning the killer. Derek Chauvin is who they're talking about pardoning, killer of George Floyd. I don't have anything positive. I don't have any way to play devil's advocate or spin it. If Trump pardons Derek Chauvin, there's no way I can make that sound legit or good. I mean, when that guy's on television doing that for 9 minutes, there's no way I can spin that to try to make that sound good. Hopefully that does not happen. That would be incredibly divisive to do that. And it's only symbolic because Derek Chauvin is dealing with state charges from Minnesota that Trump cannot pardon away. So he was sentenced, I think, to 20 some odd years, and the 2 sentences run concurrent. So getting rid of the federal charges does not even free the man. It's not like he has to serve time in the state pen. Then when he's released from the state custody, he has to then go to federal custody. He's doing day for day on both sides. So giving him a federal pardon really does nothing for him at all. He's not going to get out in the state beef unless they happen to put a Republican governor in Minnesota, and then he does the same damn thing. But Derek Chauvin is not likely to get out earlier if Trump gives him a federal pardon. That would be symbolic just to say I stand with Derek Chauvin. If Trump does that, I know there's then gangster grandma, you probably hear me talking like her. If I see him do something like that. Will G says, did you know the new leader of Syria was a former Al-Qaeda fighter that ex-American service members during the Iraq War? No, I did not know that, but it doesn't, the idea that America is in bed with former killers. I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu is probably the best example I can think of, but Qatar, the country that is giving Trump the jet and he's hanging around with, or the Saudi Arabian government, which is the ones that hacked to pieces journalists, what is it, Khashoggi or whatever. I mean, look, that ain't something that's unique to Trump, though. Biden was giving the Israelis pretty much a pass to do whatever they wanted to the Palestinians as well. I mean, America has a lengthy history of affiliating with bad people. We even took folks from the Third Reich after we defeated the Germans and gave them safe haven and let them come over here. Some of the scientists and shit like that. We have a lengthy history of doing that shit. I mean, there's a reason why most of the Confederate soldiers were not prosecuted. I mean, going all the way back to the very beginning, most of the Confederates, all of the shit they were doing, seceding from the country and trying to kill the Union and shit like that. They even tried to kill Abraham Lincoln. They even got a pardon. I mean, so it's just a lengthy history of that. So yeah, it would not surprise me because that's kind of, I hate to say it, it's the American way. We flirt with bad people. We've always been that way. I mean, that's why we claimed that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. Because we gave them to them. I mean, they got them from us when they were fighting Iran. Real quick in the comments, I want to make sure before I go to the next caller, if I can. I guess it's official that we make deals with terrorists now, says Will G. Like I said, in my opinion, we've always done that. I think we've always done that. We just weren't using the term terrorist back then. I mean, like literally right before we went and invaded Iraq, only maybe a decade earlier, they were friends with us. They were doing the same shit. I mean, my guess is, I think if I'm correct, when Afghanistan was fighting Russia, we were helping the Afghanis. I mean, so a lot of these modern day enemies were friends of ours just a generation ago. I mean, that's just, yeah, we got a history. Look, we live under the guise of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If you get into a battle with China, you get into a battle with Russia, It don't fucking matter what you've done. The United States is gonna be on your side. We don't like Russia, so if you fight Russia, you good with us. I mean, that's just how it is. America's got. I mean, and there's if you fighting Iran, if you got beef with Iran, chances are you can make a friendship out of the United States. We flirt with bad people all the time. As long as they're helping, fit the agenda that we want, we can work with you. No matter what the hell you've been involved in. We can work with you. You fighting a good fight against somebody we don't like, all is forgiven. Let me try to go back to the box. Continuing on. If I can. I'm having some real problems bringing folks up, but we'll try it again. D Blue was holding on the long. Not this administration in Russia. I mean, Trump's stance on Russia is damn near taking a 180-degree change. I mean, he came in very favorable to Russia. I think what happened, hold on a second, D Blue. I think what has happened is not only is there a ton of pressure on Trump for how he's treating the Ukraine, but I think particularly when the Pope passed away at the funeral, I think when Zelensky sat on it, Zelensky probably talked to him in a more a more submissive tone and let him know, look, we're not the country you think we are. It's Russia, and I think that Trump is starting to take a more favorable stance towards Zelensky, and because Russia is making it clear we are the bad guy. They're making it clear. No, Trump can't. When Trump told you he know what to do and he can end this war in 24 hours, no, he don't have Putin under control, and Putin is making that clear. So Trump is slowly but surely turning against Putin to some degree. We listen to the states. The Blue, good evening.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Okay, so
Speaking on that real quick, have you seen there's an interview somewhere on the internet of Putin saying that he could destroy the U.S. from within without firing a single shot.
I think it's happening. Yeah, I believe that. I mean, if you can divide the people up, I believe that can happen. I mean, it's to some degree, it's kind of happening now. All you need is for a group of people of color to take out a few of the wrong white folks in this country, and I think it could blow up. That's all it takes, or vice versa, or vice versa. You know, a group of white folks do something really bad to a group of people of color, and it could. I mean, we're that close. I think it could break out, and I think Russia would be great to do something to inspire it. I think it could happen.
Yeah, I mean, the division is definitely part of their plan for sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot of news stations, news anchors, and politicians that have been linked back to Russia.
Then link back to Russia, you said?
Yeah, taking money from Russia.
Wow. Well, I'm sure Tucker Carlson ain't doing it for no reason at all. Because
I don't know if Tucker Carlson's one that's been leaked or not, but there's definitely been some.
I mean, because he's probably the biggest, most well-known podcaster or media personnel that has been speaking favorable of Russia. In fact, he went over there. So, I mean, he went over there and talking about how great it was.
Yeah. They're definitely playing us for fools if that's true. It's working.
Well, but Trump made it sound like he had the inside scoop and Putin would never do anything like that to him, and only he could end the war if you put him back in office.
Yeah, that's what he wants him to be. I mean, Putin's a master manipulator. I think that's pretty obvious.
Well, but I gotta say, even myself, when we was holding lives before Trump got elected, I bought into it as well. I actually did believe that Trump had a favorable relationship with Putin and probably was a better choice to end that war as opposed to Biden or Kamala Harris. But now that he's been in office for 3-4 months and it don't look like he's come close to that, I don't believe that anymore. I mean, he just doesn't come across as if he has anywhere near the power in that region as he said.
That's because he expected Ukraine to give up and just give Russia everything.
Well, that ain't negotiating. I mean, in other words, just shut up and let Russia win.
That was just his expectations. So, I mean, I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah. Well, then he
knows Putin's not going to stop.
Well, because Trump himself has never served, maybe he didn't understand the fight for sovereignty that that the military can have. Like, we're not just gonna give our shit up, even though we are outnumbered. I mean, because let's be real. If Putin was to conquer the Ukraine and take it over, he's not just gonna, just open up a democracy and let this happen. There's going to be people getting punished and killed and jailed every damn where. Virtually anybody that served in the Ukrainian military is not safe at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they got a reason to fight to the death, because if they lose, they're going to probably damn near meet death anyway.
No, yeah. Why would you? Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy to just expect a country to roll over and give up that easy, but I feel like that's what he expected. That's why he said he could end it so early, because he expected them to tuck their tail and just kind of give up.
Well, I think he could have possibly got Putin, I mean not Putin, Zelensky to concede a little bit more if he had offered them something, anything. What he was simply saying is, give up the land you've lost already, and Russia will stop attacking you, and we're not going to do anything to prevent them from attacking you in the future. We're not going to make any promise to help you or stop them. In other words, if you do what we say and let Russia have the land that they've already acquired so far, and they stop attacking you, and they spend the next year or two building up their military and start attacking again, you can't expect anything from the United States. We haven't made a promise or commitment to you at all. So it's like, well, why stop now? Why would we let them stop, take a break, and strengthen their military and come back in 6 months or a year? Why would we even stop?
Yeah.
So I don't know what made him think that the Ukrainians were going to bow down to that. I mean, you're giving the Ukrainians nothing. You're telling them basically to eat an L and pray that the Russians won't come back in the near future.
Yeah. Back to the topic of your video, kind of. Man, I'm worried.
In what way?
I'm worried about the racism.
Wow.
In this country right now.
Now, I'm trying to see. Now, are you white? You black? What race are you?
I'm white.
And you're worried about the racism. Elaborate.
Well, I've grown up in an area where I've had a lot of black friends, Mexican friends. So I've always just found it, I don't know, I've never understood racism. I don't understand how you can hate someone so much based on the pigment of their skin. But yeah, I mean, you see it rising up everywhere right now, and it's honestly scary. I think there's a GoFundMe that I saw to bring back the KKK that has raised over $500,000.
Wow.
And I mean, it was put up pretty recent. So,
wow.
That's the number one thing that concerns me right now. I mean, it's just disgusting.
But let me ask you something, because let me ask it to you this way, because if we are divided, we do have leadership in this country, and their goal is to unify the country. If this division continues down this path, where do you see Trump in this? I mean, what is his role? What do you think he'll do? Because that is the goal of the commander in chief, is to unify the nation under him, which is what Abraham Lincoln did during the Civil Wars, to try to unite the nation. What do you think Trump would do?
He'll do nothing but make it worse.
How so?
I mean, that's his whole game. Stoke division. That's what he thrives off of.
Even if it means letting the nation fall apart.
Absolutely. And it kind of goes back to what we were talking about at the beginning of Russia destroying the country without firing a single shot. There's a lot of people that believe Trump is a Russian asset, and so it would make a lot of that little interview bit would make a lot of sense.
I think the way the Ukraine-Russian war is going, to me, that kind of gives a little bit of space between the notion that Trump is a Russian asset. If he was a Russian asset, I don't think that would be going as bad as it's going. I think, to me, that shows that Trump and Russia, their relationship is not as strong as people may have thought.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all speculation.
So you do believe that Trump and Putin have a strong relationship?
I mean, I do. even if Trump is trying to distance himself a little bit from it in the media's eyes, I still think there's a strong relationship there for sure.
Yeah. I originally thought it, but like I said, the fact that he is having such a hard time getting any type of concession out of Russia at all in this war, it's made me rethink it. It's making it look like them two are not on good terms like that at all. But I guess that's something we'll see as things unfold. But I don't see him as having that relationship I thought he had with Putin. But shit,
I think he still thinks he has that relationship with Putin.
That could be true.
He's using it. I think Putin's using it. And Trump is just so arrogant to think that, he actually likes him somehow.
So you see Trump as being more so of almost like a puppet of Putin.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what would Putin controlling the strings? What would he be trying to make Trump do?
I mean, he would just want to destroy the Western world.
That was the answer. That was the answer I was afraid she was going to say. And if I was going to say anything, it would be that exact answer right there, is to use him as a puppet to destroy his own nation. Wow, that's frightening. Which is what you started out the live by saying, or your conversation by saying, is that you're frightened. How do we turn this around?
That's the billion-dollar question, isn't it?
You got a lot of Americans, D Blue. You got a lot of Americans that are still quite happy with the Trump administration right now. If he ran for re-election, let's say Kamala Harris and Trump ran today, do you think? I mean, Trump could likely still win. Do you think that it would be any different?
I think that he wouldn't have won by quite as much. I mean, he didn't really win by that much anyways, but I think his numbers would have been reduced, but he still would have won.
Yeah.
If the people knew what they knew today,
But then it leads to the interesting question. If Trump is as bad as you're suggesting, why the hell are the Democrats still not looking very desirable to many voters? If Trump is so bad that he may slice the nation in half, why are people still like, but he's still better than the Democrats, though?
Quite simply, the Democrats need to get with the times. They need to realize what people want and what people like these days.
Well, people don't want the nation sliced.
They're like those dorky, old-fashioned parents that you don't want to bring around your black friends.
But shit, what are the Democrats doing that's so bad you'd rather go with a guy that would divide the nation in half as opposed to? I mean, what are they doing that's that fucking bad?
I don't think it's that they're doing anything that bad. We live in a meme culture right now,
Explain.
People like silly shit. That's why.
Oh, you mean M-E? You mean meme like M-E-M-E? I thought you meant like M-E-A-N.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, people love doom scrolling and shit like that. We just live in a culture. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, Trump is.
And what do I think? What do I think we do? I think we find a progressive celebrity.
Who the hell would that be? Tom Hanks?
No.
Do the liberals have anyone in their wake that could be as charismatic and favored like Trump? I mean, you got folks that are defending Trump, even if he took somebody out in the middle of Fifth Avenue. Do the liberals have anybody that
every time I get on here, I'm going to promote this hard. Jon Stewart. I really think that Jon Stewart would do a great job.
Wow. You think
I think he would do a great job from certain people, and he's never really said no, but he hasn't said yes. I think if enough people were in on the movement, I think he would consider it. So promote Jon Stewart.
All right, fair enough. I got to move it on, D Blue, but I like his material in terms of him on Comedy Central. I like some of the stuff he talks about. I think he could certainly wake up a lot of. He's almost like I mean, and I know Bernie took a lot of hell for this, but you know his far left policies. But to me, Jon Stewart would almost be like a younger version of that.
Well, and I don't even really know a ton of people on the right that really hate Jon Stewart. You know what I mean? He's not really.
Let him start talking liberal policies and running against Trump or Trump's whoever Trump go with to follow him up. And Trump starts giving them nicknames and shit. They'll start hating him.
You've seen some of his debates, right, with Tucker Carlson, and
I seen him debate Bill O'Reilly back in the day. He's good.
He's changed a lot of right wingers' minds over the years.
Yeah, but Trump is a little different. If Trump is saying go with my, Don Jr. 2028 or something like that, and start creating those really fantastic nicknames. I don't know what nickname he'd get Jon Stewart, but that shit sticks. I mean, nobody hated Ron DeSantis or nobody on the right hated Nikki Haley until Trump came along, and the hate was starting. I mean, they were blaming Ron DeSantis for getting rid of Mickey Mouse and shit by the time Trump was done. So,
hey man, someone's got to slay the dragon, right? Someone's got to do it.
I think the only way Trump,
Jon Stewart or Obama, which one?
I think the best chance of slaying Trump is going to be Father Time. I got to move it on though. Thank you.
All right, my man.
Appreciate it. Blue. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. See if you can get your boy up to 50,000. We got 250 almost in here. Tap the screen. Get your boy on up to about 250. 250,000. Wait. What am I saying? Actually, 50,000. 50. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 50, if you will. Continue on. Sherbert says we are in a cult, so we don't need that. What's making? Yeah. Good evening. What's making you say we're in a cult?
By how much everyone wants to bend themselves into pretzels by defending Trump. I'm pretty sure that's straight up cult behavior.
Well, I wish I could argue with you on that, but I've seen folks defend some of the wildest stuff that Trump. I don't know how else to describe it. I don't want to go as far as saying it's a cult, but I do see folks that are willing to defend Trump no matter what. Like taking that jet from Qatar. No one on the right that's defending Trump would have been defending that if Biden or Obama or Harris did that. And now all of a sudden they're coming up with, huh?
They're all hypocrites, so nothing really matters in that sense.
So you see all of MAGA as hypocrites.
100%.
What about the claim that maybe Trump is economically, militarily, respect-wise, a better leader for this country than what the Democrats are putting up? Maybe they're not in a cult. Maybe they just don't like what the liberals are putting forward and don't think that that's what's right for the country.
Nope. They voted for hate, Tim. And so it doesn't matter if the person would actually be good for the system, good for everybody else. They just don't like it because Trump said, oh, they're bad people. And so none of that matters. If you're in the cult, no one is a good option other than the cult leader.
But you use the phrase they voted for hate. What do you mean by that? Elaborate.
I've talked about this several times. Every single topic that MAGA Reacts talks about, he always picks the most hateful thing to go off of.
I don't give.
And so you can try and help people, or you can try and tear them down. What was the phrase? Democrats will feed 100 people in fear that one person will starve, and Republicans will let 100 people starve just in case one person was faking it. And so it's all hate, and I'm really fucking tired of these people.
Well, the hate word is strong, but I will agree with you that when it comes to entitlement programs, that is always because they're focusing on the possibility that somebody is fraudulently getting assistance. So they would rather cancel all the folks on the program to prevent anybody from fraudulently getting assistance. And you're right, the liberals would rather let everybody get it, even if a few people get it that should not get it, because they want to make sure everybody that needs to eat can eat. But the right, whether it's welfare or, if you give a mom food stamps, you're just going to have more kids. If you give somebody Section 8, they're going to stop trying. They do tend to go for the notion that if you help somebody out, they're going to just continue to basically be a louse on the system. They do see it that way. I've been talking to folks for quite a while. I don't know why that is, though.
I don't know either, and it really bothers me. The same way I don't agree with racism, I don't agree with bullies. Nothing about somebody's skin color makes them a better person than another person. And so when you vote for hate, you're usually voting against something silly like skin color.
Well, I had somebody.
Economic outcomes. If somebody's poor, you're going to see the rich person, shove them down more often than bringing them up.
Well, I had somebody tell me, I said something similar to someone in the comments on one of my videos, and they stated that when you look at the graduation rates, you look at the incarceration rates, you look at the crime rates, that's the reason why one skin color is being hated or disliked more than the other ones, suggesting that maybe blacks are a pain to society more so than anybody else.
I'm going to go with the Monopoly analogy on this one, and there was a lot of turns played before a lot of these bad communities could start rolling their own hands. And so there might be some validity to that, but there's also a whole other backstory that I don't think is coming up in this conversation right now.
Yeah. Well,
or in the one that you have, that guy.
Yeah. But the pushback is going to be that nothing in 2025 is making you go out and commit all kinds of crimes and things like that. How do you, do you believe that the Monopoly example you give is accurate, but does that pertain to folks in 2025? Are you out committing crimes in your neighborhood because of something a white man is doing to you or have done to you in 2025?
I'm going to go with generally not, but it still comes back to the system of how you were raised, how your family was raised, what situation you were born into. And so nobody really needs to do these crimes, but some people do by the situation they're in. So that's a really broad evaluation over something comes down to individual situations. I don't know, Tim.
What about my last caller suggesting that there's been a rise in hatred and
100%. We got the numbers on those.
Yeah.
The same way when COVID happened, all the people were beating up Asian people.
Damn. Well, I'm hearing from the right that it is people of color that are mistreating whites.
Well, you got angry grandma yelling about all the YT
yeah,
people.
she's not a happy camper at all. She tears into me like I'm like I feel palpitations. I know she about to hit me hard. She tears into me like shit.
Grandma. I like gangster grandma, but she loses me within her tone, and I don't know how to say that in a message to not come off as one of the shitty white people. But you're not changing anybody's hearts and minds with she's just straight up screaming at everybody. No. She may have a good point, but she's turning everyone off, so it doesn't matter. No one's listening at that point. That could be turned. You
sound like the argument against Trump, that he may have a good point on some of the things, but the way he handles stuff. And MAGA Rex is in the comments saying that she is racist and hateful is what you're trying to say. He's putting words in your mouth. He's saying what you're trying to say is that gangster grandma is racist and hateful.
Hey, MAGA Rex, shut the fuck up. Don't speak for me.
And by the way, what about this idea? Top Dog, thank you for your support. Top Dog says, I think we need a Hispanic Latino to run for president for the Democratic Party. Do you think a Hispanic could pull it off?
I think they could. I don't think they will, in the sheer fact of how you were saying we don't need a black person running again this next term. We need the straight white guy to win over people and get it back into the middle. And so I have no problem with that. I grew up in the ghetto of LA, and then I spent a lot of time in South Texas. I got no problem with brown people. And the people that do are kind of retarded.
I actually think right now when you're suggesting that the Republican Party or the folks on the right are the most intolerant, when it comes like this, I think the liberals, I think that, let's say Marco Rubio or Ted Cruz, who both are Hispanic, by the way, I think the right, but I understand, but they.
He's the whitest Mexican guy ever.
I hear you, but they are officially Hispanic. I think right now there is a better chance for a Hispanic to be the president on the right than it is on the left, because Marco Rubio right now is a rock star among the Republicans. I mean, Trump is really favoring him. And we don't. The left is not going to promote anybody of a Hispanic background to the Democratic national ticket. Marco Rubio could be that guy.
I don't know about that, Tim. From the most recent things, once he became actually, I don't remember the name of his department, but once he got into the Trump administration, he's just shown himself to be a weak coward. And so I don't know. People really like all these other politicians because Trump endorses them, but then they become spineless because they have to follow Trump to every word and every contradictory story. I don't know. I think Marco Rubio would have a much harder time now that he's been in the administration.
Well, there's nobody that is as tough as Trump because Trump is untraditional. He's not going to follow the law, so to speak. I mean, he's going to push it. Most politicians are going to fear stuff like getting arrested or getting impeached or going to jail. Trump doesn't have any fear. You can do a whole lot when you have no fear.
I sent that comment in saying that we don't need the cult personality because we're not crazy like that. No one is ever going to match Trump in that sense, ever, because everyone fell for him real hard. And the Democratic Party doesn't fall for anybody. We eat our own more often than not.
I think they fell for Obama.
This glowing representation, but even within MAGA, even within the Republican Party, he's still like 40%. So he has this great zeal, and everyone loves him except for half of his own party.
I think the left fell. I think the left fell for Obama.
Yeah, sure, love Obama, but not to the same cult-like. He could shoot a guy in Fifth Avenue.
Yeah. Well, Obama didn't run.
We would not accept him tanking the economy for no good reason.
Yeah. Well, Obama didn't run on grievance politics. Trump kind of ran on the reason your life sucks is because of that, because of them. And
that drives me the most crazy is this perceived problems with everyone else because I've been slighted over everything else. It's the most snowflakey bitch thing. And Trump does it literally every speak. We've been treated so badly. We've been screwed by every company. The penguins are screwing us. Everything is a witch hunt. Everything is boo-hoo me, but I'm this strong leader. I don't understand why these people respect him when he's such a clear bitch.
Damn, that is your president, Sherbert. How dare you?
I don't give a shit. They said the same thing about Biden. They said the same thing about Obama. If they don't like it, they can fuck right off because I'm not playing their game where I go high because they went low as fuck. I'm in the sewers with those fucking idiots now. No more of this shit, Tim.
So in other words, you're not going to take the words of the Honorable Michelle Obama when they go low, we go high.
Not anymore. Not when they've proven that they're willing to be in the sewers instead of the basement.
Do you think that will make this country better if you do the same things back?
No, but I'm not going to let them steamroll me anymore.
Do you think
they're clearly in a cult? They're clearly snowflakes, and then they are going to throw all this vitriol at me, and I can't even throw a little bit back at them? Nah, that's them protecting their privilege.
What about whoever?
I can hate too. I'm allowed to hate. I just am not allowed to do anything about that hate. They're willing to do something about that hate.
What about whoever ultimately becomes the Democratic nominee for president? Do you believe they should also throw vitriol back?
Yeah, that's why I want Tim Walz to run. Because he's going to throw it right back in their face.
I think you want Jasmine Crockett, the way you sounding.
Yeah, a little bit, but I think Tim Walz will be a better choice for that than Jasmine Crockett. I'd love to see Jasmine Crockett as the VP.
Damn.
She'll throw a lot of shade in that role, and I would love to see it.
Do you think, if we're seeking to unify this country, do you think it could happen with Jasmine Crockett in the number 2 position?
There is no unifying this country for another 5 to 10 years, Tim. And that's 5 to 10 years after Trump is gone, not from right now.
What could bring us together?
I don't know. I couldn't see us being torn this far apart within only 4 months, but we did it.
Actually, it was more than 4 months. I mean, listen, I get Trump credit.
You know what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, I mean, I get Trump credit when I think he deserves credit, but Trump came on the scene dividing us. I mean, I think, we've been dealing with this since 2015.
You talk so much about how much we should be praising Trump, and doesn't he do anything good? But while Biden was in office, we had record-breaking everything, like every month for the last year of his presidency.
Record-breaking everything like what?
The stock market, unemployment, job creation, GDP growth, every one of the major things that we look at, we're doing great over that. But you never came back against any of these MAGA reactions or anything saying, why are you disparaging our president? Doesn't he get credit too?
Well,
that's where the fluffing comes in.
Oh,
and I'm tired of this. It's hypocritical bullshit.
Well, first of all, hold on. First of all, under Biden, I don't agree that all these metrics are great. Biden, first of all, was telling everybody the economy was great. People were saying, I don't feel it. So they talking about the price of eggs. But even in addition to the economy, there were wars breaking out. Everybody was still talking about social issues like boys and girls sports and all of that bullshit. And then
changed on those fronts?
Huh?
You notice nothing has changed on any of those fronts?
Yeah, they have. Trump has pretty much outlawed boys playing in girls sports. That ain't happening no more. The price of eggs the price of eggs has went down. Now the wars ain't none changed. But
escalated.
Yeah, the wars I'll agree with. But also
you're taking 20% of a reduction and counting it as a full victory.
I didn't say a full victory.
They're still fighting all these culture wars about trans people. They're still fighting about the egg prices because they're not back to $2 a dozen. They're double what they used to be before. So yes, they may be a little bit down, but they're still way the fuck up. So I'm not giving you credit on that one.
Well, I didn't say a full victory, but keep in mind we're comparing Biden's whole term to only 4 months of Trump. 4 months of Trump, and those numbers are going in the right direction. That's what we're talking about.
Well, he destroys everything else. That little bit of a bump up on the couple of numbers doesn't change the ultimate charts of everything else being 50 points lower than they should be. I disagree with you, Tim.
Well,
they might be changing in the right way for a couple of small things, but when everything is in chaos, those small victories don't count worth shit.
What about the huge contract he scored for Boeing? All of these jets are going to be built for the Middle East. You give him credit for that?
I actually haven't heard that story.
Okay.
But to be fair, we wouldn't have lost those contracts without. Well, maybe these are new contracts.
These are new contracts. These are new contracts.
But we lost all the China planes, so what, are we coming back up to even?
Well, I don't know if you're right. We did lose the I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know the numbers.
There's so many constant things to flood the zone that you bring up these couple of small wins, but it's surrounded by all of the losses that I'm having trouble giving them real credit. I'm not gangster grandma that's going to say, fuck that guy forever, but definitely fuck that guy. I don't have to like a bully. I'm not going to hate him for every choice he's ever made, but he is a bully, and I'm allowed to not like bullies.
Is there anything Trump could do to make you to make you like him, for you to make you feel more favorable? Is there anything he could do at all?
I mean, there's a couple, but not much. And the things I want are not going to happen.
All right.
So if he was to give us all universal health care, what do you call that when the government takes over a department or something? I want them to take over all these drug companies so that we are producing and selling at that lowest rate possible. If we got health care and drugs down to almost nothing, that would go a long way to helping my opinion of him. But I know for a fact that is not going to happen.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Lower the rent prices by half and still not crash the economy, I give him credit for that. That's sure as fuck not going to happen from a guy, a billionaire.
Fair enough. Before I'm moving on from you, Evil Super Major Boo says, where is this guy from? He is a saint. We need him to fight for us. I'll vote for this guy. I will sign his paycheck. This guy needs $400 million. So you got a fan out there. You got a fan, sure. But I got to move it on.
City council, I don't know.
Huh?
I'm going to run for city council. I don't know.
All right.
I'm just a blue-collar guy that is tired of hypocrisy and bullies.
You're not going to get that by voting in Democrats.
I'll get more than I am with the Republican Party. Ted Cruz can burn in a fire for all I care. Same with Greg Abbott.
Oh, my God. Sherbert, I got to go. Thank you.
Have a good night,
Oh, my God. Burning the fire. All right, moving on to the program. Real quick, looking in the comments, by the way, tap the screen. We should be somewhere around a bunch of lazy thumbs in here, huh? Oh, my God. I love this guy. Fuck MAGA reacts. Me and Tim and this guy, major dinner, absolutely. So you do favor evil super major boo. So you do favor what Sherber was saying. When we go low, when they go low, we go high. You're saying basically fuck that. You're saying basically get in the fire with Trump and fight Trump by being just like Trump. By the way, yes or no in the comments, how many folks agree with that? That the Democrats need to stop being cordial with President Trump and fight fire with fire. You know, you're asking a stupid question, that type of language, you know, how Trump does with reporters and all. How many of you folks, by way of yes or no in the comments, think the Democrats should start talking like Trump to Trump? Name calling, insults at every go round, blaming them for every damn thing. The stuff he does to the liberals. The stuff he does to the liberals. I don't want to see AOC topless. What the hell does that got to do with it? Yes, Dems need to grow a spine, says Me Too too. Yeah. He hates bullies, but he is trashing Trump. Well, I mean, but like I said, if he's saying, in other words, that he hates bullies, but sometimes the only way to deal with a bully is to do the same shit. What is the best way to stop a bully? Good old-fashioned ass kicking. As long as they know they can bully you and you're not going to fight back, that's what makes them continue coming. If they know you're going to fight back, it makes them a little bit less hesitant to fuck with you, and they go to an easier victim. So that's what it sounds like. Let me continue on with the show. Dinkow, good evening, welcome to the program. Trump, not the Democrats' enemy. I gotta disagree with that melanated king. I think Trump wants to be the Democrats' enemy. Every time Trump speaks, he's attacked it to me at all. Maybe Dinkow, you could explain. Do you see Trump as someone that does not want to be the enemy of Democrats?
I think he cherishes, having an adversarial relationship with somebody, anybody.
Yeah.
He had it when he was a Democrat. He was talking trash, and we have a Democrat president. The economy always does better. Saying that they were, just all of the regular insults that Democrats have for.
So he just needs somebody to fight. He just needs a sparring partner.
Right, somebody.
Damn.
And like they say, he's susceptible to the last person in the room. So whoever's talking to him the last is going to catch his ear.
That really makes a simplistic description of him. So what do you think about what my last caller was saying? Get rid of Michelle Obama's when they go low, we go high, and fight Trump the way Trump fights others.
Well, I mean, I think we have to take a different approach, but not the same approach that he takes, because all that's going to do is make that pendulum swing harder. And I think a lot of people are not looking past Trump. A lot of the people that love Trump, they're not looking past him. They're not looking at when the cultural and the political, views swing hard to the left after this. They're not going to be able to take it when a Democratic president comes in and says, look at these numbers of all of these school shootings. We got to do something about pew-pews. So we just need to take everybody's pew. They're not going. It's going to explode their head when we start doing the exact same thing that they do. So I don't think that we need to take the same, use the same tactics. In certain situations, yes, but not overall, because he just does it in every situation.
Is that what you think might happen, though? Is it after Trump, it may swing to the left?
Oh yeah, it's definitely gonna swing to the left. I mean, that's the natural progression. Like, when we voted in Biden and we took down Trump, what did we say back then? The Republicans would be that fast, but it was after the next election. We swung the whole country, who was united about getting Trump the hell out of there, was all of a sudden united, you know what I'm saying, acting like they never knew all of the fucked up stuff he did.
I mean, is it safe to say the Democrats really fucked this one up?
Well, I mean, when you start adding different things to the stirring the pot with different things, when you start putting AI and you start using all of these social media things, and you start really learning how to manipulate, using the algorithms to manipulate how people see things and how people think. Like, yeah, and then what'll happen is the next,
Yeah.
you know, using the entertainment and stuff to get elected. So it's inevitable. Whether it's this next time or the time after that, there will be a time when we will get a left or maybe even
assuming the traditional voting process and all of that stuff remains in place. I want you to hear this. I mean, because shit, the door may get closed, but I want you to hear this comment. Now, this is I'm just read it. I don't even know where else to go with this, but in the comments, Mr. Tibbles, all in caps, states, "Fuck Kamala, Indian black, that drunk C word." Fucked up San Francisco. What do you think would happen to the entire country if she was elected? Doesn't sound like a Kamala Harris fan there.
I will just say one thing. I'm not going to get into all of the hateful rhetoric and all of that stuff. But what I will ask them one question. How does a damn district attorney fuck up a whole city? I'll just leave it at, I'll let him.
He said a whole state. He said a whole state.
No, he said San Francisco, right?
Oh, no, San Francisco. You're right. I thought you said California. You're right, San Francisco. Yeah, that's a good point. How does a district attorney fuck up a whole city? Yeah,
right. Look, they said she was on her back the whole time. So how did she fuck up a whole state?
They said she didn't do shit as vice president the same way. And I'm like, you don't hear Trump bragging about all of the great things Mike Pence. I mean, vice presidents don't normally do shit. Like, right. She didn't do nothing as vice president. Like, okay, well, what did Mike Pence do other than endorse Trump?
MAGA Reactions is on here talking about she was letting crime go, but if you ask any black person from San Francisco, they said she was too hard on criminals.
Yeah, she's part of the 3 strikes law and all of that stuff. She was part of that.
These people are just saying rhetoric that they heard. They don't know shit about what they're talking about, but then they want to ask a stupid question.
Yeah, because when
prefaced by a bunch of names about a bunch of names, they call it somebody who has elevated themselves, from where she started at, which was a little black girl, all the way up to be the vice president of the United States, and all they got is, and ask them what the fuck they do for a living, and ask them what happened to them. Especially if it's a white person with all that privilege they got. Ask them why they didn't elevate themselves to become the vice president of the United States, since it's so easy to do.
Well, J.D. Vance does nothing either. And that's, J.D. Vance ain't he's vice president. What is J.D. Vance doing other than endorsing Trump at every call? I mean, he ain't known for doing anything either.
Yeah, telling Zelensky to kiss Trump's ass in the Oval Office. Like, that's his job?
Yeah, the vice president ain't known for doing much. Yeah.
This was one of the first times ever that the vice president has chimed in an Oval Office meeting with 2 heads of state. Like, that's not his fucking job. The only people supposed to be talking there are the 2 heads of states and the Secretary of State. And goddamn Rubio was sitting this dumb ass down looking like he wanted to fall into the goddamn couch.
Well, one thing that J.D. Vance may have done and is getting credit for, my last caller, Sherbert, has said he took the life of the Pope. He said he killed the Pope. So
all it took was one conversation, man.
Oh my God. I mean, but that is the thing, though. They always talk about Kamala Harris didn't do shit. It's like vice presidents are not known for doing it. Their sole role is to be there if something happens to the president, and I guess to be the tie-breaking vote if it gets that way in the Senate. But other than that, they don't normally do much.
Right, they don't. It's so funny because now look, MAGA Reactions on here talking about we got us an American Pope. It's all good until he says something about Trump and watch. Because I want you to remember this, Answer Liberal. Remember this. He talking about we got an American Pope. Once him and Trump start having a war, what they call it? A
war on words.
Yeah, watch what MAGA React be saying then. I can't stand the Pope. I don't know why he even talking. What? I just like for them to acknowledge the shit that they say before they do a 180 like Trump do every time.
My guess, in my opinion, because I was kind of happy when I heard, even though I'm not very religious and I'm certainly not Catholic, I was happy when that was done intentionally because America is like the hot spot around the planet as the country that used to kind of hold some things together, and we're falling apart as the world's leader. And I think that they may have done that in hopes that maybe he can go talk to his people. I think that they deliberately elected an American on purpose.
Right, because everybody, even the people who were voting, they all said he was a long shot. And then all of a sudden, all of this swirl came around, and everybody. You see how quick it was? It was on the second day. Like they only had what 2 votes before they picked him.
Yep, I really believe that. I mean,
groundswell, and people were probably doing exactly what you said.
Yeah,
he's going to be there, right there in America. Well, he's not going to be in America, but he can talk from an American perspective, and hopefully have some influence on the society, even if he don't have no influence on the leader.
Yeah, and I see in the comments, Billy the Kid is saying, but what can the Pope really do? Well, there's a whole lot of Catholics in this country that really his message matters to them. And I'm just going to say, religious or not, like I said, I'm not very religious, but I grew up that way. There's no way in hell I'm going to believe that what we're currently doing in this country via immigrants and the way we view healthcare and what we're letting go on in Israel and stuff, no deity would be okay with that. If you believe in God and Jesus, you think that he would be okay with the stuff we're doing in this country right now, taking babies out of mom's arms and shit because, well, she came here illegally. I mean, there's no way in hell I believe that any deity, and like I said, I'm not very religious right now, but I don't believe that any God or Jesus or deity at all will look at America and say, yeah, you guys are doing what's right. I just don't see it.
Right. And I just want to make it clear, like nobody is saying that he's going to come in and convince Trump to change his positions. They're talking about the people, the Pope having an effect on the people that he presides over, not over, you know what I'm saying? Because the people are the ones who elect this stuff.
Right.
So if the people have a more religious view or a more compassionate view, maybe they'll vote the bum out. That's what they.
Certainly with Trump rolling back Roe v. Wade and, indicating that maybe he'll bring Christianity back into American society, the religious folks are part of a large group that put Trump in office. But now that he's in office, he's doing a lot of stuff that probably should be viewed as going against religion. I mean, such as selling Bibles and all of this other stuff. Like, does this? So I do believe that they do.
I mean, but a lot of those people that claim that they're Christians are, I'm gonna call them CNOs, Christian in name only, because ain't no way you're a one subject voter and you voted for him to get rid of abortion, but you all right with him doing this shit to all of the people across the country and the world.
Yeah.
Not
to mention getting rid of a lot of programs that might help the child once the child is born, like free lunch programs and all that shit.
USAID.
Yeah.
That's a lot of those people that go overseas that do. What do they call them when they go over there for a period of time?
Like Peace Corps and all of that.
Yeah. That's all of that stuff was funded by USAID. And most of them people are religious.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just the people who own here who just like your last caller said, like they just like the chaos. They just like to be able to get on here and impose their will upon people because Trump is allowing them to do it. So they can just allow whatever he says. It don't matter because they feel like they're winning. Just that goes along with what you were saying the other night. Is like, is he winning? Yeah, they think they winning too, but they're not.
Yeah. And that does, I still stand by that statement. It's kind of like when your team wins the Super Bowl, or your team wins the World Series, and we won in 2025. No, you didn't win shit. It's the team that represents your city won. They're the ones that got the trophy and huge paychecks. You had to go to work the next day. You might have went to the bar and bought yourself an extra beer or two, but you didn't win nothing. That's what's happening now when Trump gets a jet. Well, we win. You ain't gonna get on it. You ain't ever gonna even. You be lucky if you can see that jet. You ain't won nothing. He's winning.
Yeah, it was a couple quick things I wanted to go over. I just wanted to go back to what y'all was talking about the Afrikaans and whether the land should be given back or not. What I try to look at it in the same perspective that, okay, back in World War II, when everything was happening with the Germans and the Jewish people, a lot of those German people, when they put the Jewish people out, they would take their shit, jewelry, paintings, bonds, all kind of stuff. What happened when the people finally caught up to them decades later? Them people, what happened to them people? They took their shit back if they could get it. They gave them their shit back. Even though it might have been passed down to a son or a daughter or something, they got to get their shit back. So I'm saying, why should land be any different than belongings? Land should be even more because that's your foundation of your family. Yeah. So I think that they have come up with a reconciliation bill, and that's what they call it over there in Africa, that says, look, we're not just going to just take all your shit. You know what I'm saying? But you're going to have to, you know what I'm saying? You're going to have to take a L somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You can't just keep all of this shit because you had it, because your dad had it or your granddad had it. They figured out a way. They did the same thing here in America. What did they do? They paid the slave owners for their slaves. They paid them money to release. Yeah, I think, I hate to go to the racism route of this, but I think the reason why people view this differently is because if it happened to white people, they would think they deserve something. Like you mentioned the slave owners. When the slave owners lost their slaves, they got money back for that. But you don't think the slave who lost all of the money for his labor and everything, he don't deserve nothing. But if it was reversed and it was happening to whites, I think they would have a different opinion on it. Well, they're showing you that they have a different opinion. Early, their farms and stuff. Half of them people done already said, I wasn't no farmer. Some of them people are not even fucking farmers. But the whole scenario, the narrative is that those people have been persecuted. They've been chased by mobs of Africans, and that's not happening. Yeah. My guess is, and I'm just reaching, I'm just speculating here. I don't know this for sure. But my guess is if you could trace the immigrants that came over here, whether they're work associates, whether they're religious for them, some of them may have worked for him, some of them may have been close friends of his or his family, some of them may be related to him. Them folks did not get picked at random. I just do not believe that. Them folks did not get picked at random. They here because Elon wanted them here, and they got ties to Elon some way, fashion, or form. And they didn't. It's not that they got protected status. They are fast tracked to citizenship. Yeah. Now everybody else that came over, the people from Haiti, El Salvador, Venezuela, whatever, those people who were running from political or gang persecution, they gave them temporary protected status. Yeah. And now they saying, well, your country is good to go, so you can go back now. But they giving these people full citizenship on a fast track, and they wasn't even in danger. Yeah, they just didn't like how the government was conducting business. Yeah, like I said, I have no answer for that. Other than there's something about these people that Trump just liked. It ain't got nothing to do with how bad they were getting treated. It has something to do with you have some connection to these folks. You have some reason that you like these folks more than other people. It ain't that they were getting treated so damn bad that you had to bring them over now and they were going to die or something like that. No, you like it's something about them that you connected to or you liked him. I got to move it on. And I see in the comments somebody said he's white. What you say? How you treading around that talking about something? It's something different about it. Well, let me tell you why I'm saying that. I get that you folks are saying to me. It's possible. Just one quick thing is about, you was talking about Putin. And it seems like their relationship is changing. Yeah. I don't think really their relationship is changing that much. I think Putin still has them wrapped up, but I think both of them underestimated Zelensky. I think they thought they would be able to get together and bulldoze him and just take over everything. They ain't giving him. I don't know why they're not giving him shit. You know what I mean?
You underestimate what I mean. You're not giving me. You ain't giving me even any incentive to work with you. You're telling him to give up the land that it was stolen from him, and you're not going to give him any promise that they may not come back and take more land. I mean, he gave Zelensky no reason. When Trump was saying, "I'm trying to give you peace," and you're flirting with World War III, like you're not giving me shit. Why would I work with you? You're not offering. You're not offering any protections in the future. You're not offering to help me with the parts of the country that he's blown up. You're not offering shit.
Right, but that was after when he first got in there and he cut off all intelligence and all weapons and stuff.
Right.
I think they thought at that point he was gonna fold, but he didn't. And that's what made it difficult for Trump, because now he done got to the point where he done said, oh, well, if they don't do shit, I'm going to throw my hands up and walk away. And Zelensky still ain't giving in. So he's putting all of these red lines in places, and Zelensky in Europe is like, okay, we just going to keep on fighting.
Yeah.
And now it's putting him in a difficult situation where now he's on his plane talking about, no matter how y'all might not like it, I got to talk to him myself. What
I heard him say
you
that.
You said that from the beginning. You said, I just need to talk to them and it'll be over. Now you saying, I need to, again, 100 days later, I just need to talk to them before anything happened. You just said 2 weeks ago it was a red line. You said if they don't come to the table and do the ceasefire, you was going to wipe your hands. Remember, him and J.D. Vance both said it.
Yeah.
Now you talking about, I got to be there. Now they playing musical chairs.
He's the same when he criticized Obama for the red line in Syria. Now all of a sudden he don't drew one, and well, they're totally silent on that. Didn't count. Thank you.
All right.
Yep.
Take care.
Appreciate it. But yeah, Zelensky, in my opinion, as I was telling my last caller, he had no reason when he's in the White House with Trump is telling him you're flirting with World War III. Now Zelensky's English is poor, but just a simple sentence. Sir, you are offering me nothing. You are offering me nothing. You're telling me to take your advice to end the war, but you're not even offering me that you can guarantee it'll stop. If Putin decides to stop the invasion today and do it again in 6 months, I can't count on you to help me out at all. You haven't said you'll sanction Russia for doing it. Nothing. You're not going to give me any weapon. You're offering nothing. Why would Zelensky have taken that deal? It just makes no sense at all. Trump was offering him nothing. We're not going to give you any weapons anymore, but we're not going to give you any protection either. We're not going to give you any guarantees. We're not going to give you anything. We just want you to back off. Not to mention, as I said before, earlier in this live, that if for some reason Russia was to be allowed to maintain the parts of Ukraine that they have conquered, what do you think is going to happen to the people in those areas? Any of the people that live in those conquered areas that may have fought on behalf of their own nation, you think they're going to just let them live and operate freely? All of them people are probably going to become prisoners, if not killed. I mean, so they're fighting for their lives, whether America helps them or not. They're fighting for their. Trump was offering nothing. I mean, I'm just simply saying, I understand that the goal is peace, but Trump is offering nothing. Are you going to protect the people that are in those occupied zones? I mean, what are you offering? You just want me to stop and let this guy slaughter us? That's what Trump was offering. He's offering nothing. Looking in the comments, laughing the Dems wouldn't pass it. I don't get what you're saying there, Lotus Flower. What was the Ukraine offering? The Ukraine started. You're going to tell me the Ukraine, who was attacked by Russia, is responsible for offering up something? All the Ukraine is saying is we want to be left alone. That's it. What is the Ukraine supposed to offer? They're just saying we want to be left alone. What are they offering? What are they supposed to offer? They never signed that mineral roof deal. That's a fucking lie too. The Ukraine has no incentive, in my opinion, from what I've seen, no incentive at all to cooperate with the United States. And in fact, the mineral deal you're bringing up. So the United States, while your country is in rubble, wants to come over and receive payback for the assistance they gave you by taking your rare earth minerals, they're not going to help you rebuild your country at all. They're not going to give you any money to rebuild your country at all. And they're going to take your rare earth minerals, which is finances you might have used to rebuild your country. Not to mention, they're not going to do anything to stop Russia from attacking you in the future. They're offering nothing. I mean, Trump, I can't believe why so many folks criticize Zelensky for not taking the deal that Trump was offering. Like there was nothing in it. There was nothing. I mean, was he even guaranteeing Zelensky's safety? Because Biden had warned Zelensky, the U.S. had warned Zelensky under Biden administration that there was a hit on his life coming from Russia. Trump ain't offering nothing. Like, why would you agree with this? Like, literally nothing. I'm going to show up and negotiate peace between you two by offering nothing. You guys are just going to become peaceful because I'm telling you to. Obviously, that ain't going to work. Looking in the comments, we don't have to offer shit, says Samson's fight. No, you don't have to offer shit. And you don't have to get any either. And that's exactly where we are right now. You didn't offer shit and you didn't get shit. That's exactly where we are now, which is why you got Marco Rubio talking about I may have to throw my hands in the air and abandon this. You gave nothing, you got nothing. So much for that fucking 24-hour ending, huh? We already gave them $300 million in aid, says NC. Yeah, but you're talking about taking their rare earth minerals to get repaid. So at the end of the day, you didn't even do that for them. You're walking away from this saying we didn't do nothing for you at all. We helped you out with some weapons. That only reason you got those weapons is because the previous administration gave those to you. If it was left up to Trump, we would never have given you the aid. But now that we're in power, we want you to repay us for the shit that Biden gave you. So we're going to take the money back from your rare earth minerals, and we're not going to give you anything. Why won't you listen? That's why. You didn't offer shit. You're talking about separating mothers and children, what they ripped our babies and pregnant women's bodies. What are you talking about there, woman queen? I don't quite get that. Let me go back to the box. Tap the screen. Are we at 50? Get us up to 50. I think the next caller at 50. Real quick in the comments here. Talk about anti-democratic. I don't quite get what you're saying there in regards to that. That's why Putin wants it so bad. Yeah, like I said, if I can't make a good argument playing devil's advocate even. I cannot make a good argument for why Zelensky should have accepted a deal from Trump. I mean, they're like, if you sit down and ask Zelensky, well, what was okay? You're negotiating with Russia. Okay, Russia got to keep the part of the country that they have occupied. Okay, they got that. What did you get? Nothing. Well, we got them to temporarily stop killing us. Okay, but we have no guarantee they may not come back and continue doing that. And the United States is not going to help us at all if they do. Why would you agree to that? Why does that seem even? Why would anybody even expect him to agree with that? Putin wants to create the old Soviet Union, says Freedom Fighter. Most of the countries in that region believe that as well. Most of the countries in the Eastern European theater, Poland, Romania, a lot of those countries do believe that as well, that's the goal, is to start with the Ukraine and continue on to reestablish the old Soviet Union. Now, the Trump administration is saying otherwise. And so is Russia, obviously. But most of the people in that region, that's why they started Finland and all these countries started rushing to try to join NATO, because they all do not trust their neighbor Russia. Reparations for what? I'll give you reparations for actual people who were slaves, says Lotus Flower. Well, I don't know how the reparations thing came up, going back to that. But to me, let's say you're living near you got a friend, a white neighbor or something, and they do own a farm, and you can see from the town records or whatever that farm has been in their name going back a couple hundred years. They've had that farm going back to an era where My ancestors were not allowed to own a farm. But they don't have a lot of money, but they do have that farm. Is that not privilege? Your family has something you can continue passing down that it was impossible for my family to even get. And chances are, when your family first got it, it was free. Back when, they were expanding westward across the country and they were literally taking land from the natives, the government was just giving them native land. Nobody else could get that land. Only white men could get that land. They weren't even giving it to white women. You had to be a white man to get that land. So all of the other folks that may now live in those areas, everything from Kansas to Texas, all of them folks, I don't have any land in my family that's been around for 200 years, but there's a lot of people that do. Is that not some form of privilege? I'm a woman. Where are my reparations? Speak out for it. Speak up. It's no different than when folks say, look, the cops kill just as many whites as they do black. Speak up then. Shit, if you think you deserve, if you wanted the Irish slaves or whatever argument you got, then speak the fuck up. The cops are killing me just as much as they're killing you. Then why the hell ain't you saying anything? You think you're saving lives by keeping quiet? Then speak the fuck up. It's as simple as that. If you are a woman and you believe that you've been treated wrong, you've been enslaved or something, speak up. Why would you, as someone claiming to be oppressed, think that it makes more sense to fight against the other person that was being oppressed along with you, as opposed to the person that was oppressing both of you? Speak up. It's as simple as that. It's the same thing as I said about folks who say the police kill whites as much as they kill blacks. As opposed to criticizing the police that are killing you, you think it makes more sense to criticize Black Lives Matter for thinking they're the only ones that are getting hurt. You're suggesting that you're going through the same shit as the people that Black Lives Matter are going through. Then y'all should be on the same fucking team. You shouldn't be criticizing them. You should be on the same team as them. Doesn't make sense to me. We're all stuck under the same system, white and black. Yeah, but the system historically is not. There's some differences to there. I mean, just when you look at the percentage of who runs the system, that should tell you something. Mr. Tibia says every race was enslaved at one point. Korea has the longest lasting slave trade at over 1,500 years. Go fuck yourself with reparations for a couple of centuries. Well, first of all, 11th, when we're remembering what happened to those folks in New York, do you want to hear about bombings that took place in Libya? Why the fuck does Korea come into a talk about the American slave trade? Why the hell are we talking about, well, it happened for 1,500 years in Korea? We're not talking about Korea. I mean, when you talk about the bombing of Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, do we talk about the bombing in Grenada? Why the fuck is Korea coming up? I mean, other than to just dilute the conversation. Based on that, anything we commemorate in this country, from July 4th to Christmas, happened in some other country too. Do you want everything we discuss in this country to be drowned out by what it also happened in Egypt? You could do that for anything. But for some reason, when the slave trade come up, well, let's bring up the fact that it happened all over the world. They're not talking about all over the fucking world. Talking about American history. Korea. Let me go back to the box. Korea. Let's bring up Korea now. Going back to the box. MAGA reacts. Good evening, coming to you from Seoul, Korea. How you doing, Max? MAGA.
Max. What's going on, man?
I don't know. How's it over in Seoul, South Korea? Talking about Korean slave trade.
I don't know. I'd love to go visit, though.
I would too, but damn, can we talk about what's happening in America without somebody bringing that up?
I never bring that up.
No.
Where?
What'd you say?
Where do you want to start today?
Okay, we're going to start with what's on the screen. Are you happy? Trump's been in office almost 4 months now. Are you fucking happy? Or do you like where the country is going, the direction of this country?
I mean, when you say direction, yes. currently not like I'm getting there. Like I was, if you would asked me a week ago, and you did ask me a week ago, I was like, not really. But now I think things are starting to head the right way.
Elaborate. Give me some examples.
I mean, I made a lot of money in the last 2 weeks. The stock market's on its way up. Everything's looking good again. I mean, I have one of those businesses where I make more money when people have extra money in their pocket. You know, no one's paying for Botox over gas. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think Trump's saving grace is he backed off on them ridiculous tariffs. That's what was going to destroy this country. And because he is backing off on those tariffs, it made the stock market go great. And he literally is now becoming the arsonist that's getting credit for putting out the fire. But the fact is, if he had just left the stock market the fuck alone, it was on its upswing. But when he imposed those tariffs, what?
But did he though? He raised tariffs by 10% all over the place. China's now paying 30%. That was his goal.
That ain't what I'm saying.
His goal, and everyone's happy about it. What was the goal then if it's not 30%?
Well, first of all, his goal was not to increase the tariffs on China. He said his goal was to bring manufacturing back home from China. Now all of a sudden, well, we'll be happy with 10%. No, you said you were gonna bring that shit home and buy American is what he was saying. Now all of a sudden, no, you can buy Chinese. It's just 10% more.
No,
he actually changed the goalpost.
No, his goal is to balance trading and make trading more fair, so we could manufacturing more in America is a result of his goal.
That ain't MAGA. That ain't gonna happen. MAGA, that's not gonna happen with a 10% tariff on Chinese goods. I mean, Chinese
30%.
It ain't gonna happen with 30%. The labor in China is so much cheaper that only adding 30% is not going to make people come back to America. The price of labor in America is way more higher than that.
But 30, I don't believe the goal was any higher than 30.
The goal was to bring.
I wasn't expecting 30.
No,
I didn't even realize we already had 20, and he's increased it to 30.
No, the goal was to bring. No, he said the goal was to bring manufacturing back to the USA from China. 30% ain't gonna do that.
So what's the percentage you would be happy with? At what percentage would be success?
I mean, he's going to have to. I mean, well, in my opinion, I thought things should have been left as they were. America was we're the wealthiest country on earth. If you go fucking with all this stuff, I just think that. And he should have isolated. If you think China's the problem, just go after China. Don't go after the whole fucking world simultaneously. I just think the way he did it. A lot of people, you're talking about the stock market just came back and you've made money. A lot of people have lost a ton of money behind this. People lost money with them playing games.
I didn't make money on stocks. I'm making money in my regular business.
Yeah, but some people have went out of business because of what he has done. People don't went out and stocked up on merchandise expecting the shelves to be empty. I mean, he hurt people doing that. That whole terror swing.
Those people, those people didn't trust in Trump, I guess. I don't know what to tell you about that.
How can you trust in somebody that's making
casualty in war? But hopefully, now that we are in peace again or whatever, I don't know. I don't want to go too far because I don't like predicting the future. I don't have a fucking time machine.
No, I get that part. I get that part. But the problem is, Liberation Day was on April 2nd. He held up a pamphlet or a poster card showing all these tariffs. At that time, he was imposing 67% on China. Now, all of a sudden, you're telling me he's happy with 30%. It went up to 145. How do you know where he's going with this shit?
But that's just negotiation 101. You say 60, they say 10, and you meet in the middle. That's how it works. That was an opening negotiation.
You knew ahead of time that it was going to end up at 30%.
I was happy, yeah. I was expecting 10. I didn't realize, we already had 20, and his goal, yeah. Honestly, I would have been happy with 10, 15. I just didn't realize we already had 20, so being at 30, that's even more than I expected.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it to even be as high as 30.
Well, the point I'm making is he told us the goal was to bring manufacturing home from China. 30% ain't gonna do that. I mean, it's just he was talking about businesses who were promising to bring their stuff back. Now all of a sudden, no, we're happy with you staying over there at 30%. That ain't what he told us.
It's 30% more than we had,
No, it's not.
before him.
No, it's not, because they raised their tariffs. I think they went up 10% on us as well. So they raised their tariffs. They didn't just leave theirs alone. They went up too.
Yeah, but the problem, again, this is where I'm like, maybe the tariffs weren't a good idea, because the problem with China wasn't their tariffs. The problem with China is they don't let you do business in China, period. Like, I used to play this game named Eve, and you couldn't play with the Chinese players because there's a huge firewall around China where, they have to use VPNs and shit to get outside it. So we don't have access to their market to tell them shit on, we can't, we make money off like Facebook and like online stuff, but guess what? They don't have access to a lot of our online stuff.
But that's what Trump told us, is he was going to bring manufacturing back. By the way, these tariffs you're giving him credit for.
How about that?
By the way,
he's still working on it. We're at 4 months. You keep saying 3 months. We're at 4 months, and he's still got what? He's still got 44 months left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
so it's still at the beginning. Like, I mean, all this shit talking from Denkel and all them. It's still the beginning. We're nowhere near the end. I mean, he's talking about there's no participation trophy. You get the trophy at the end.
Well, you don't. No, wait a minute. You said you're going to end the war in 24 hours. You don't wait to the end of his term to judge him on that. He said he's going to end the war in 24 hours. He said that. That didn't work.
The team always, even in sports, the team always overpromises. But you don't expect them to win before the game is over.
Well, the thing about it is,
he's not giving up and he's still working on it, and it's still very goddamn early. Like,
no, you said 24 hours. You didn't tell me 4 months later you're gonna be said 24 hours is goddamn early. You said 24. What makes you say that?
What do you mean?
Nobody forced him to say 24 hours. He could have said exactly what you said. I'm gonna do it early in my term. He could have been vague. Within a few months, I'll get it done. He the one that said 24 hours. Nobody made him say that.
Well, I believe when he said that, I heard that I could do it in 24 hours. Not that he's gonna do it. That I can do it. I will try to do it. And if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, like, he fixed the border in pretty much 24 hours. He was able to do shit like that. But things that involve other countries apparently take longer, especially when you got half of America working against you, with the media working against you. Well, half the fight wasn't against China. Half the fight was against the media at home to keep the economy rolling, because they were fear-mongering, and it's really hard to keep an economy active with tariffs and fear-mongering.
Well, in regards to the 24-hour thing, no, he said he was going to do that. He said about he's going to try it. I mean, he failed at it. So to prevent from saying he failed, you're making up all these excuses of, well, he said he was going to try, and no, he said he was going to do it.
It's not excuses. It's common sense.
Did he fail? Did he fail at that promise?
He failed in the 24-hour part, right. Yes. Okay. But he hasn't failed until the game, until he's not president anymore.
So he get the whole 4 years?
A year.
So he get the whole 4 years before he failed?
I mean, technically, yes, but
oh my God.
At the beginning of this, I said 6 months, so he's got 2 months left, and really, he has a year.
Yeah,
so
I didn't even.
If he isn't peachy in 1 year, then I will vote Democrat from now on. How about that?
When they shot down, well, I don't believe you, but when they shot down Biden's border bill, I stated when they were hammering Trump and hammering the Republicans for, like, if you want to secure the border, why would you shoot down Biden's border bill? I was the one stating, because Biden took too long. He didn't come up with a border bill until his 3rd year in his term. You don't get the whole term to do some shit you're supposed to do. Trump said he's going to secure the war in 24 hours. You don't get the whole term before we decide if you failed. In my opinion, he's already failed on that. He's already failed on that.
I agree with you. You don't get your whole term. And Biden had 3 years before everyone was like, all right, it's too late now. But Trump's not at 3-year mark. He's not even at the 1 year mark.
He's well past the 24-hour mark.
A million things at once.
The problem with Trump is because you have an actual quote from him. He's the one, like I said, nobody made him say he could do that. He's the one that did it. Now he failed, and now people want to blame the folks who are holding him accountable for doing it. Nobody made you say that. You're the one that decided you're going to make this incredible promise of doing something so quick like that.
Do you believe Trump is God? Because I haven't drank the Kool-Aid. I don't think he's God. I never expected, like, I think it was possible because I never underestimate Trump, but I didn't think he was going to do all those things in one day. I mean, you listed like he was going to cure all of America's problems in one day. I don't think he's God. I never expected. I
don't think it's a matter of whether he's God or not. I think the voters should be able to hold the politician accountable for what comes out of it.
God could fix all your problems in one day.
That ain't what I'm saying. I think a voter. I think the constitution. Hold on, you're not hearing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I don't think there's anything wrong with the voters of the constituency holding a politician accountable for what came out of their mouth. This came out of his mouth. It got to do with whether he's God or not. He thought he was God. He made that promise. So the citizens are only holding him accountable for what he said.
I agree. That's okay, and I agree that's fair. And it didn't happen. Now what? Should we impeach him?
No.
What's the alternative here?
No.
Supporting him to get it done in hopefully under a year.
No, but you call him out the same way he would be calling out any liberal that made the same promise.
Every time.
No.
Are you gonna keep calling him out even after he gets it done in a year?
He's still
like, he took a year, not one day.
Trump is still calling out John McCain for him not passing health care. So why does he get a pass?
Well, John McCain stopped Trump from passing health care.
Dead, MAGA reacts. He is dead for a few years now.
He literally put his thumbs down against it. If Trump could have done what he wanted to do with a thumbs up, like McCain had the option to, he would have done it. But it wasn't a matter of thumbs up like McCain.
The point I'm making is Trump has no problem calling people out for bullshit. So why should he not get called out?
No, he should be called out.
All right, that's what we're doing.
Okay, but move on and let's.
No, he doesn't move on. He doesn't. He's still calling Biden out for stuff. He doesn't move on. So why should folks move on for him?
Because he's still working on it. Biden had this thing. Biden's done. He's still working on it. When he's done working on it, then you can keep saying what you're saying. He's not done. He's still working on it.
No.
And corrections. Right now, the issue with the Ukraine and the Russia war isn't Zelensky. It's Putin. Right now, Zelensky is with Trump. He said yes to everything. Now Trump's working on Putin.
We're not calling him out for not working.
He said what he was going to do. Once Zelensky's figured out, he's going to start working on Putin, and now he's working on Putin.
We're not calling him out for saying he's not working on it. We agree he might be working it. We're calling him out for not meeting his original promise. That's all we're doing. You promised something, you didn't meet it. He's the one that walked around with a sign talking about promises made, promises kept. So if you're going to take credit for the promises you kept, then you got to take blame for the ones you didn't.
Yeah, but he's at least working on it.
Okay.
Politicians make promise and they don't even work on it. They don't even bring it up ever again.
We don't
working on everything he promised.
MAGA, we don't give participation trophies. Working on it, you don't get credit for working on it. Either you did it or you didn't. Working on it is not. You don't get a grade on that. The participation
trophy thing is bullshit because you get the trophy at the end of the game. He's not done yet.
You said you
beginning of the game. You're in quarter one.
But you're right. You said
1 out of 4.
No. You said you get the trophy at the end of the game. He stated the game is 24 hours long. He gave the time.
Now you're pushing things. He's saying he's going to win the game in the first minute, and you're saying the game. No, he said the game was only 1 minute. What kind of no? He said he's going to win in the first minute.
We're judging him. We are
only 1 minute.
We are judging him on what he said he could do. He gave that time frame.
You're pushing what he said into a lot of shit that
Okay.
You take him saying 1 day into oh God,
you could end this.
I'm going to get this done in 1 day.
Okay. Well, let's see what he said. Okay, I got it here. This is him talking to Sean Hannity. So that I'm not twisting his words. Let's hear his words.
When is this? What date?
I don't know. He's talking. I mean, this is.
Go ahead.
This is before he became president. He's talking to Sean Hannity.
Oli, you could end this Ukrainian-Russia war in 24 hours.
Yeah.
How?
So I know Zelensky very well because he was very honorable with the fake phone call, impeachment hoax #1. They said I made a phone call to him, and I was very threatening. I wasn't at all. I was actually very nice. I was congratulating him on a victory. But when they asked him, they said, were you threatened? He didn't even know what they were talking about. He was very honorable. He could have done grandstand and said, I felt threatened. He didn't do that. And as you know, I get along very well with Putin. I would tell Putin, got to settle. I would tell Zelensky, you got to settle. I would tell one, you're going to load up with money. I'd tell the other, you're not going to get any money. I would get a settlement in 24 hours. Now, it should have never happened. You have thousands, hundreds of thousands of dead people right now, hundreds of thousands. You have cities that are obliterated. I don't know if you've ever seen the cities after they finish with the rockets. You have cities with no building standing. It looks like just a demolition zone. It's so horrible.
Sad.
And and then they'll say 2 people were hurt. No, hundreds of people and thousands of people were killed.
My computer's freezing its ass off, but you heard him there. He said he could do it in 24 hours. So as far as I'm concerned, when you say that
I would, yeah.
Okay,
But
so
that doesn't mean he could doesn't. He said it's possible. Like,
he
I
said it
would
was
do it.
possible. He said he would do it. He didn't say nothing about it's possible.
Going down this black hole, we're not gonna get anywhere. Okay. What do you want me to say? I agreed with you that he failed and didn't do it in 24 hours. What more do you want from me here?
I want you
This
to
is
be.
another one of your black holes that you'd be stuck in when I want to talk about other things.
I want you to be honest. Somebody said it's possible. Before I go, what else did you want to talk about? It's possible.
I mean, right now, you earlier said Trump's enemy is the Democrats. Not really. It's the media. It's China. It's, and then the whole argument with the 59 Afrikanis coming over. If I were to ask you, if I were to give you the option, I would take 1,000 Haitians and give them citizenship, and the rest of them have to go home. Would you take that option? Or no?
1,000 Haitians getting citizenship, and the rest of them. How many are going home?
Anyone who isn't a green card holder in America, all those protected people. Because we're complaining about 59 Africans maybe getting citizenship. But it's only 59 versus 40,000 Haitians that were brought over under Biden.
Well, I think
if I give 1,000 of them, not even 59, like
it ain't the numbers. MAGA reacts. It ain't the numbers. I get that more people came in under Biden than under Trump with this 59 people. It ain't the numbers. You're saying that we're not taking in refugees. You're saying that America's full and all of this stuff, and somehow you found a way to take in 59 white people. I don't care if it was 2. You said we were full.
You just said America's full.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're complaining about 59 people, where I'm complaining about 40,000.
I understand the numbers on your side. I'm not arguing about the numbers. I'm simply saying you told me America's full, so full that you got to start kicking people out, and all of a sudden this special 59, this low number you're talking about, somehow, some way you made room.
When we said it was full, the argument was against an open border where we're getting 3,000 people a day.
We're kicking out. No. MAGA, we kick it out.
If you give me an option to get 59 people from every country in this world once a year, I'll give you that. That ain't what we're talking.
That ain't what we're talking about. First of all, you talk about we're full from an open border. He's kicking out people that's been in the country 20 and 30 years. It ain't got shit to do with Biden or the open border. I mean, he's kicking a lot of people out that's been in this country for years. He's kicking out people who have went through the process to be here legally that have green cards because I didn't like the protest that they were at. I mean, so he's way beyond anything he promised in the campaign. He never talked about.
That's a different argument, though.
But that's what's happening.
He also promised to keep our universities safe from crazy protests.
That's stupid. And I'll tell you why I say that's stupid. The same guy telling you that
because he did promise to crack down on all that illegal shit they did in those protests.
Yeah, but hear me out.
Go ahead.
The same guy that's saying he wants to keep our colleges or universities safe for people doing protests is on record as holding one of the most violent protests in university in American history, and then he pardoned all the violent protesters. That guy is deporting people for violent protests. He's the one that just recently pardoned a whole bunch of folks that were talking about taking out the vice president during their protest. So he doesn't have credibility in this.
That's fair, but also January 6th was protesters against cops. It wasn't.
They're talking about killing the vice president, MAGA. They're talking about killing the vice president.
Again, talking. I'm not even mentioning talking. I'm mentioning shit people did. I never mentioned fucking talking. I hate talking about talking. I care about shit people did. During January 6th, it was people versus cop. During those protests, people were going around and harassing Jewish people that were at the university.
So you think
harassing other people there?
So you think
people that had nothing to do with the protest?
So you think smearing shit on the walls of Nancy Pelosi's office is people versus cop?
Yeah, I mean that's not even a person. That's the wall. Are you comparing a wall to people?
What about stealing property from our office?
Again, it's just one. It's not the whole. I mean, I'm sure the protests in the university was just a few idiots too.
All right.
You get the difference, right? And then the Democrats are fucked because they literally called all the people that they lost racist. So how are you gonna get the voters back if you think they're racist and misogynist?
You either a racist or a socialist, depending on who you're arguing with. I gotta move it on, man. Thank you.
Take care.
Appreciate it. Always a pleasure. MAGA reacts. Look at in the comments. Protesters against cops. Wow. That window that Ashley Babbitt was smashing out, that was against a cop. Let me look in it. I apologize for missing out on some of these super chats. Says Evil Super Major Boo says Max. Not MAGA reacts, it's Max's. I don't know, for some reason, the old television series Heart to Heart on my mind. I think it's because it was playing on the TV behind me. And Max, if you ever seen the old CBS series Heart to Heart, it's back from the early 80s, but there was a character in there called Max who was the housekeeper. And that's just the name Max came up when he came. Most of you folks are probably not old enough to remember Heart to Heart. Jennifer and Jonathan Hart, when they met, it was murder. Looking in the comments, Sean Herbert says, look at this pretzel. I think you're talking about last call. Yeah, to quote Lil Jon. Real quick in the comments here. Samson's Vice. I wish I could have talked to you because I know Samson was criticizing me heavily in the comments. And look, I'm all about free speech. You can criticize the hell out of me. That's how the program works. You can be critical of anyone on the show, including the host. By the way, if you do favor this, I'm going to ask. I didn't ask tonight, but I'm going to ask now. Subscribe to the damn channel. If you like open dialogue from all sides of the aisle, follow the program if you're watching on TikTok or Instagram. We're on live on all of these platforms right now. But if you're watching on YouTube horizontal or YouTube vertical, give your boy a sub. We're here Monday through Friday generally. And like I said, we don't back down. You can criticize anybody, but we are always MAGA friendly. Been that way since day one. The calls go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with Q. Everyone gets to speak. That is how free speech works. I like your open-mindedness, says Billy the Kid. Thank you. Says it's great. Appreciate that. Thank you for the love and the support. Let me on that call. I don't know if you can convince me of anything, says Samson's Vice. I would have tried. If you want to come through on Instagram or on TikTok, same name, Handsome Liberal across all platforms. Come on up, Samson. I'll bring you right through. Give you plenty of time to get your point across. With that logic, his for time failed by his end. You didn't type that right, Sean, but yeah, exactly that. What you're saying is exactly true. He's trying to say that the game doesn't end to the fourth quarter. As far as I'm concerned, Trump gave the time frame when he said 24 hours. So the game is over with. He said, I can win this game in 24 hours. You didn't win the game. It's over with. You the one that set the time schedule. It ain't like people are criticizing him and trying to force him to do something that's super quick that takes time. No, he the one that said he could do that shit that quick. And now all of a sudden it's wrong for the voters to hold him at his word? Put me on. I need a little entertainment. Samson, you got to come over to one of these because YouTube doesn't allow me to do that. If I could, I'd bring you right up, Samson. YouTube doesn't allow it to happen that way. Video proof doesn't even change MAGA's mind. No, it doesn't. Usually it doesn't. Leader in winning is too much a part of their cult identity. You're not the first I've heard say that. Max and their puppy Freeway. Yeah, you really remember it. That says Hebrews. Yeah, you really going back. Yeah, Heart to Heart. That's like that show when I was a kid. If you all Democrats wait for Biden 4 years and nothing came out. I don't think that's totally true. I'm not going to pretend like Biden was some great president, but there are folks who favor things that happened under Biden, infrastructure, CHIPS Act. He tried to quote MAGA Reacts, giving somebody a participation trophy. I'm having a Biden moment. If you want to give somebody a participation trophy for something they tried, Biden tried to have the George Floyd bill passed, which would hold cops accountable. He tried to have tuition loan forgiveness, which would help millions of Americans that are struggling with tuition debt. He tried to strengthen universal health care, which would help a lot of them. I mean, he tried to do a lot of things that the Democrats favored, not to mention trying to protect the transgender community. He tried to do all of that. So if you want to give Trump credit for trying and suggesting that the only reason Trump didn't succeed is half the country was against him, which is what MAGA Reacts stated, well, that applies to Biden as well. Biden tried and half the country was against him too. That's part of the game. Try being Obama and having Mitch McConnell stand up and say, my only goal is to make you a one-term president. How's that for somebody having derangement syndrome? To have a sitting senator actively tell you on the House floor that his goal is to make you a one-term president. That's derangement syndrome, right? Let me continue on. Biden tried to finish the sentence. Did it cost millions of dollars? I don't know what you mean by did it cost millions of dollars. Fuck Biden and all the pedos that supported him. Okay, I don't know where to go with that. I don't know nothing about the pedo thing, but let me continue on. I don't know what I'm looking at there, but E. Jackson, I appreciate you holding one of my subs. Good evening, E. Jackson. Trump hasn't succeeded yet. Game is not over with Trump. That part is true. That is true. MAGA Reacts. E. Jackson, good evening.
Hey.
What brought you up this evening? What am I
so much for letting me come up.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
Man, I enjoy listening to you all the time.
Thank you.
Man, you know, what has happened to the heart or the integrity of the United States? What has happened to the contracts we have made with people? And then we just simply have said we don't have to keep them. My concern is that let us be the people of integrity. Regardless to if one want to be go churchy and sound churchy. No, I'm talking about contract of men that said this is what we're going to do if you do. And I do think that that Trump could have settled that war in 24 hours. To be honest with you, the reason why I say that.
You think he could have? You think he could have?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
How?
Absolutely.
How?
Let me tell you why. If Lewinsky would have just let the Russians have everything they wanted, he would have ended.
Yeah, you damn right. Yeah, it's easy.
He would have been absolutely happy. He would have taken their minerals and he would just say, "Hey, you see, I did it." And he would have stripped them people of their land and of their lives. But when he said, "I'm not gonna let you just do my people like this," he had problems on his hand. That's why they disrespected that man. That's why they constantly have. And here's my question to you: have they given him any weapons since?
I don't think America's even given the Ukrainians surveillance. I don't think they're giving them anything. They're not helping the Ukrainians out at all.
Isn't that sad? No, is that part sad?
Yeah,
that part. I'm talking about for anybody, anywhere. Someone in the comments said, "Why should we do anything?" Because the United States keeps its word, don't we? The United States keeps its word.
Well, no. The United States has never kept its word. I mean, even going back to.
Thank you for saying that.
I could go back to Desert Storm with H.W. Bush telling the Iraqis to rise up against Saddam and leaving them. We can talk about Vietnam. We can talk about the Native Americans and all of the treaties we made. I mean, America has been lying. I mean, there's a reason the term Indian giver was created from all of the lies that America gave the Indians and took back. So we've been lying. I don't understand why countries continue making deals with it. We made a deal with Iran under Obama, and Trump came and broke that. The Paris Accord, NAFTA. I mean, Trump is talking about getting out of NATO. I don't understand why countries even make deals with the United States. Like, why the fuck you keep trusting these people? It makes no sense to me.
The game hasn't changed, only the players. That's what you said to me.
Right.
And it's sad that what we have seen, that our president have gone across the waters, have sold these planes. Who's gonna make, Bowden's is gonna make all the money, or is the United States going to make this money? Is it going to hit our deficit? Is it going to help the people of America? If it does help the people of America, then why are we going against people who have student loans? Why can't that be erased? This is bringing so much money to our country. Why are we still have this great expense daily that is happening in our lives, since he is making such great deals around the world?
I'm going to echo.
What's taking it so long?
I'm going to echo MAGA reaction state. Trump has only been in office for 4 months. You do got to give him a little bit of a chance. And before you continue, Samson's Vice. I didn't on Instagram. You must be using a different name. I saw Samson's. You said you went to Instagram. I don't know what the name you used on there was, because I would have brought you up. But go ahead there. Continue on, Jackson. So I think the thing is, we may. I don't expect us to. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't expect all of the waste, fraud, and abuse that Elon Musk is bragging about, the Boeing deals and things that Trump is talking about with terrorists. I don't expect the average American financially to see a damn penny change in their life. But it's only been 4 months, and you got to give them time.
But we see these things daily, no matter what channel you turn to, no matter what station you like or dislike. We see him, I use this word lightly, winning. When will the people, the common people, I believe that the very 1% may be winning, but even they had some complaints and had to pull him in a room and say, hey man, you messing up the game. So who's winning?
I don't know, because the tariffs he imposed on China, I don't know who told him that was a good idea. Even among the right, I don't know how many members of it, who on his administration told him that Liberation Day was a good idea. Go ahead and attack the world tariff-wise. I can't even imagine anybody that's in his close inner circle told him that's a good idea to do that. Well, I don't know where he got that from.
And Tim, to add to that, what about his tie should have said to him, hey man, I come from there. Why you want to stop? You want to mess up our game? His shirts are there. His caps come from there. His toys come from there. His toys. So why you want to? His toys told him, "Hey, listen, you messing us up."
Well,
so how do you do that?
In defense of Trump, I can understand going after China because they've done some shady shit with their devaluing their currency and things like that. I think where Trump fucked up, in my opinion, is you should have just isolated it to China. Why the hell are you going after Ethiopia and countries that only have penguins and shit? I mean, you know who the bad guy is. Why would you make enemies out of everybody around the world on the same damn day? When most of the other folks, we don't even do enough business with them for this to even be a discussion. I mean, you're going after Madagascar. How much shit are we trading with Madagascar? Like, why are you even going after these people? He should have just focused on the main player, which is China, which was the goal to begin with, and just left it at that. That way we could have had other friends and folks that may have helped us with this. But by him going after the whole world simultaneously, it made him look like a dick.
One thing about a dog that is on a chain and is barking, he barks at all the dogs.
Yeah.
His appearances, he barking at all the dogs. And so therefore, the matter is, if you let him go, he's wild. He's out of control. So we have the appearance of that when President Trump started barking, he barked at the world. And he should have been put on his chain and said, we don't act like this. We don't behave like this.
I mean, even if he was right that every country around the world was taking advantage of us, you can only attack so many people at once. Then you line them up like a Bruce Lee movie and you fight them one by. You can't fight everybody at the same damn time. And there's a lot of countries that we do more than just trade goods and services with. You got military bases, you got other interests in these countries and other friendship reasons that the relationship is strong. You just can't attack everybody on the same damn day. That's what didn't make any sense.
But it sounds good. It sounds good to be able to can.
Yeah. Okay.
How about that?
Yeah, Jackson.
It sounds good to pretend like he can.
Yeah, Jackson, I may have to drop you. We got a connection issue. I don't know what's going on, but the connection is going in and out, man.
Yeah, man,
Yeah, now it's dead. All right.
I appreciate it.
Anytime. You're going in and out. Real quick in the comments, Patriot Grim, Christo Grim, I think it says, you are lying to the people right now. You piece of shit. Well, I would love for you to elaborate on what the lie is, by the way. Let me know. Correct me. Like I said, we do not back down from criticism, and we don't portray ourselves as a know-it-all. So if you're telling me I'm lying, state your case. I'll read it and we'll tackle it. No, he followed up by saying, "What a goddamn liar!" Yeah, state your case. Just yelling out "liar, liar, 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 liar" doesn't say anything. State your case. You're a libtard. You're spreading lies, misinformation. Lying about what? Clear up. Get your point in. You got a whole paragraph worth of shit you can type in there. Just type in lie, 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 lie over again. Ain't saying shit. And I'll give you plenty of time to state your case. We're not silencing you. We're giving you time to talk. Use that time to say something relevant. Looking in the comments and sniff little children. I don't. Look, you got Trump on TV talking about he would be dating his own damn daughter if she wasn't his. You got Trump talking to minors on an escalator talking about he'll be dating her in 10 years. But you see Biden sniffing her. You're going to skip over all of that. Trump has done some pretty heinous shit on TV talking about him and his daughter. One thing they have in common is sex. You're going to skip over all of that and go to Biden, huh? All right. The guy you claim has dementia don't even know where he's at. You're going to hold him accountable. But the guy who is 100% sane and completely within his faculties talking about banging 10-year-olds, well, we'll give him I mean, he's literally on video walking, going up an escalator while a little young girl going down an escalator, talking about in 10 years he'll be dating her. Girl looks like she's about 9 or 10 years old. It's on video. It's on video, just like the sniffing of the hair you're talking about. You're going to give him a pass, huh? And that's somebody's point now, him on video at Epstein and shit like that. But now Biden is the one that's sniffing kids. He's talking about he would bang his own damn daughter if she was not his kid. Evil Super Major Moose says, laugh my ass off. Like saying Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Yeah, lie, 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 lie. That's all he's doing is typing that over and over again. That ain't saying nothing. We'll go back to, does that say pimp something? On Instagram, we'll try to bring him up. Is that something? There you go. What up? How you doing? I saw it. Now you criticizing the hell out of me, but you're welcome on the program. How you doing this evening?
I'm all right, man. How you doing, brother?
I'm just hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting, So tell me what am I getting wrong? What brought you up here? Let me get my notes out.
Hey, first off, man, I like to say, bro, hey, much love to you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Now tear into me, damn it.
Always good to see a black man doing this thing.
Oh, okay. All right. We getting somewhere. That sounded very liberal of you. Tell me what's wrong then. What am I getting wrong?
All right. Let's start with the border bill first, because that's one thing that a lot of people get wrong.
Biden's border bill.
Biden's border bill that got killed, right?
Yes.
All right. So tell me what was in that border bill.
Securing the border and money for the Ukraine. He had in there like a certain amount of immigrants could come in, and if that number was exceeded, Border Patrol could shut down the border without even getting permission. But under Trump, it's zero. Under Biden, some folks could still request asylum. I mean, so America is kind of heartless under Trump, but under Biden, it just was a smaller number.
All right, so let's go back. Let's break those numbers down. I ain't gonna spend too much time on it. Let's break the numbers down. I can't remember exactly how many $1 billion that was.
It's weapons. It ain't cash. It's weapons.
No, the total bill.
Okay.
110 billion, something like that. 110 billion, right?
Okay.
How much of that money would have went to the border?
Oh, I don't know what actual number they had going to border security. I don't know.
It was about what, 10 billion or something like that.
Okay. So what's the point?
So how can you call that a border bill? That's not a border bill. That's a Ukraine bill. That's a foreign aid bill because it didn't just have border in there. Didn't just have Ukraine in there. It had the Asian peninsulas. It had Israel in there. It had a lot of different countries in there. But a small percentage of that went to the border bill.
You know what's crazy? Now you're 100% right about this, but you know what's crazy is that because that stuff was in Biden's border bill, they shot the border bill down because all of this pork they didn't like. And you know what ended up happening? The only thing that happened is they didn't get the shit they wanted and all the pork got through. The money to Israel continued going through, the money to Ukraine, all the stuff all the reason they gave for shooting down the bill, which also contained some stuff they wanted. The only thing they did was stop what they wanted from going through it. Everything they didn't want happened anyway.
Exactly. That's the corruption of the government right there. But at the end of the day, you know what really was going to happen because the politicians we put in place, they're really trying to line their own pockets at the end of the day.
Do you think Trump is doing that?
I mean, he's of course it's inherent in the whole position.
Now let me make it clear. Now you did vote for Trump, correct?
First time ever voted. I'm 37 years old.
37-year-old black man. First time you vote for Trump. What was it about Trump as an African American man voting for the first time that energized you to go out there and vote?
First off, I ain't gonna call myself an African American. I was born in the United States of America. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
so our roots do come from Africa, but I'm not gonna go on the tirade on that.
If you go and rob a liquor store and the cops are chasing your ass, they're not gonna radio in the radio they looking for an American. Your ass is black. They looking for a black guy, huh?
So yeah, I'm black. I'm not gonna I don't care what label they put on me. I am black, but just like you're a descendant of slaves, correct?
Yes, both sides.
All right, so what country did your family come from?
That's a problem, is that they were selling us, they were mating us and selling us off like puppies. So a lot of our heritage we don't know about.
Exactly. So you can't even claim a country. I can claim the United States of America because I was born here. I have many generations here.
Okay.
I would not call myself an African American because I know African Americans. They immigrated over here. They can call themselves an African American. I'm a black American. I'm an American. I'm black.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
If you go and run for office and all of a sudden they're gonna bring up Ghana and everything, you be from fucking Nigeria by the time. Every black think of it this way, whether it's right or left, every person of color that has run for office was born in this country. I'm talking about Obama. I'm talking about Kamala Harris. I'm talking about Nikki Haley. I'm talking about Vivek Ramaswamy. All of them were born in America. They were Americans just like you. And the minute they started running for office, people started spewing up all kinds of other countries on them. I mean, all of a sudden, Nikki Haley was Nimrata. All of a sudden, Kamala Harris was Jamaican and Indian. Obama, they still said he wasn't born in the fucking country. The minute your American self right now telling me, if you were to run for office, all of a sudden, nations would start oozing out of your blood. You would be from the Ivory Coast some fucking where.
Oh, no. You brought up a very good point, man. Because think about this. In the history of the people that actually had a shot of winning the office of the President of the United States, how many of these black Americans or persons of color, that's a term I hate. Because you either one of us or you someone else. Person of color. They tried to group you into something.
It's called otherizing you. If you ran for office, if Tim Scott, who is well loved by the Republican Party, if Tim Scott ran for president, they would otherize him because they did the same thing to Vivek Ramaswamy. They started calling him. Go look at the comments in any of the posts that was on X and shit when he was running for president. They were saying all kinds of awful shit about him.
Oh, yeah, and I love Vivek, but my point is, what I was trying to say is think back. All these candidates that have been put in your face, how many of them were a descendant of slaves that actually had a chance, a real black person that actually had a chance of winning that office?
Shit. Other than Obama, probably none that I can think of.
Not even Obama. Obama's daddy from Kenya.
Okay.
His mama from Canada. Think some more.
What does that mean?
That means that you never really had a chance. They have never put an actual black person, a black American, has never been a prime candidate for the office of the United States president. They'll put some other people just to appease you.
Who are they?
Who are they?
I'm asking. I wouldn't ask if I knew. You said they are trying to appease you. Who are they?
It's the program. It's the program. Because you can't actually answer that question, can you?
I never even saw it that way. I heard it from you. So, that's like the 80s commercial say, I learned it by watching you, Dad. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. I don't know who they are.
What I'm talking about is a person whose ancestors came over here on a ship, went to the ports of the Carolinas,
okay,
distributed throughout the rest of the country.
Okay.
There's never been an act.
Why do you think that is?
Because they, I'm not even going to say they.
Because they don't want a black man to be president. Damn it, that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing racism. You lean right, don't you?
Oh no, I'm conservative as hell now and I'm not conservative because of racial issues.
No, I understand that, but what you're talking about right now smells like racism. You're saying they won't let a black man that's a descendant of slavery become president. Sound like you're saying because of slavery, because they don't want them carrying in office.
It's inherent in the system that we have. Those circles that are up there in the high levels, all they'll do, like you're a heavy Democratic supporter, correct?
I lean left.
You lean left, nah, man. I see. Yeah.
You should, before you continue, you should have been here earlier. I got a bunch of liberals that say I'm holding a white man's dick and I'm lean. You'd be amazed. As much as you tell me I lean left, I get viewers on here to tell me that I'm anything but a liberal. They think that I'm a secret MAGA and all that shit. People don't like to hear their side criticized. So when I'm criticizing the left, the left thinks I'm MAGA. When I'm criticizing MAGA, the right thinks I'm a libtard. I got folks in the comments right now, you fucking libtard, you piece of shit. I mean, it's just, look, I lean left, but I can see good and bad on both sides. I just lean a little bit more on the left, but I don't believe everything that Trump has did is bad. I don't believe everything the left is doing is good.
Okay, so I've stopped at your, like months ago, maybe last year, I stopped at your place before. I was confused. I thought you had some conservative views, but at the end of the day, this is why I changed my sides, because I always was like, man, those conservative Republicans, they racist. I had that same mentality, but at the end of the day, it's propaganda, because it is a lot of propaganda. I've heard you speak a lot of those CNN talking points tonight. Don't watch that mess. That's garbage, man.
You think Fox News is good news?
I don't watch a lot.
No, you may not watch it, but that's what the right always says when you ask them that question. I don't watch Fox. Why don't the right ever criticize Fox? Why don't you ever hear that? Do you think Fox News is good? All of a sudden, even though Fox News' audience is like 90% right, according to Bill O'Reilly now, he just said the other day that 95% of the audience that watch Fox leans right and 90% is MAGA. But anytime you ask MAGA is Fox News, well, I don't watch it. Who the hell's watching it then?
No. So I watch everything, but I don't watch cable news. We in 2025.
Do you think Fox News is
there's always going to be a bias.
Do you think CNN is a reliable news source?
Only when I'm watching Scott Jennings.
Okay. So sometimes CNN is reliable too then.
So if they have the majority of it is not. The majority of it is propaganda.
Do you think the majority of Fox is propaganda?
A lot of it is.
Okay.
I would say 60% of Fox.
That's a lot. That's more than half.
Oh, but I would say 95% of MSNBC, CNN, and anything else is propaganda.
I think that MSNBC is essentially the same thing as Fox, just for the other side of the aisle. If you take into consideration that 23 employees from Fox work for the Trump administration now, that should tell you everything you know. That he literally is taking people from the network and having them work for him, or people are leaving him and going back to the network. That's nobody on MSNBC is that close to any liberal president ever. Nobody was leaving MSNBC and going to work for Biden, or vice versa.
You crazy as hell.
Give me some names.
What is it, Jen Psaki? That was the doggone press secretary.
Jen Psaki, okay, I'll give you Jen Psaki. I'll give you that. You corrected me with Jen Psaki.
Okay, what's that bald-headed congresswoman? She be on there all the time.
I don't know who you're talking about.
The bald-headed black lady.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah, okay.
But I know they got Steele, who used to be the RNC chairman, working for MSNBC as well. So he's a Republican. But the point I'm making is, if you can see that from MSNBC and you can't see that from Trump, Kimberly Guilfoyle, damn near married into the family. If you can't see that, if you can clearly see that from MSNBC, the names you're giving, but you don't see that huge group of people from Fox, then your judging of these networks is biased. Fox should be just as equally propaganda as you're talking about as MSNBC.
A lot of it is. And I'm gonna tell you something. I ain't gonna tell you what I do. But I went to I had a school that I went to. That it was an interesting section of the school where they actually brought up that the media is a psyop. That is an arm of the psyop of the United States government.
So now that Trump and Elon Musk both are media owners themselves, Trump having Truth Social, Elon having X, are they psyops?
Not in the traditional sense.
I mean, because they post a lot of shit that ain't true. Both of them do on their sites.
Okay, everybody posts shit that ain't true.
So what makes them a psyop then? What's the difference between them and, say, MSNBC or Fox?
They are not a conglomerate of media. How many people are actually on Truth Social?
Millions. Most MAGA at least are getting, whether it's his, because I'm not even MAGA and I get Truth Social shit. I mean, and same thing with X. Millions.
I don't have Truth Social. That's why I'm trying to figure out. I'm not getting on something new. But what I can see is that if I get on Threads, 90% of the comments are just bashing Trump for whatever reason.
And if you get on Truth Social, 90% of the comments are bashing liberals for no reason.
But who has more viewership? Who has more following? Threads and Instagram and Facebook, which are all linked together, or Truth Social?
But so just because you got more followers, that means, I mean, because Fox News got way more viewers than MSNBC, but yet you criticize MSNBC. Fox News probably got 2-3 times the viewers of MSNBC. But
okay,
go ahead.
So why is that? Is that because people started to wake up and realize that, some of this stuff is just batshit crazy?
No, because Obama won 2 terms, and even during Obama's era, Fox News had way more viewers than MSNBC. It's just people prefer because I used to watch Fox throughout Obama's 2 terms, and I was still leaning left. It's just that the way they delivered the news was more enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, most people want to see both sides of the story, right?
That too.
But when you get to the point where you're constantly bashing on one side, and you're not trying to actually be a journalist.
What news network doesn't do that? Jeanine Pirro, who just got hired by the Trump administration last week, that's all she did on Fox, was defended Trump and bash liberals. That was her job at Fox, was to defend Trump and bash liberals.
You're right. And when before even now, even after I switched to the conservative side, I was, man, even after I was like, man, she's just some of these points are ridiculous, and not a lot of people can distinguish between using their head.
I don't think that Janine is a judge. She's a smart woman. I think that she just sees like a Candace Owens or something. She sees where the money is. I mean, there's a lot, but there's money to be made in blindly defending Trump. Judge Janine Pirro know that Trump can't do some of the things. She's a fucking judge. She know when he ain't doing something right. I mean, she's on TV the night of January 6th blaming that on Antifa. She know that's slander and defamation, blaming Dominion voting machines for switching votes with no proof. She's a judge. If somebody had went to her court, she would have ruled against them for doing the shit she was doing.
Is it so far-fetched, though?
Yes. No proof.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Money corrupts all.
Why can't the money corrupt people to switch votes from Biden to Trump? Why can't the Republicans can cheat too? Is that not possible?
Oh yeah,
it's
definitely possible. But who had more money?
There was enough money in both parties. It wasn't like the Democrats had billions and the Republicans had $2. There was enough money on both sides to do it. At some point, the money becomes redundant. There was plenty of money on the right.
Let's use this last election as an example, right? Who fundraised more and where did it come from?
Kamala definitely had more money. I don't know exactly where it came from. Probably Hollywood and all kinds of shit.
No. It came from more than Hollywood. She had more billionaires on the side. But at the same time that they're feeding you this message of let's eat the billionaires. The billionaires are sick. Matter of fact, Chris Cuomo did something very interesting. He went to one of those rallies. It was one of those stadiums he had rented out, right? And they had skyboxes. It's like, yo, it's $5 million to get in that. You know what I'm saying? And it was all around.
Yeah, but I agree with your point. I'm not arguing with that, but the thing is, that is something that concerns you. Running from the Democratic Party and running to Trump, who had a whole billionaire row at his inauguration, you're not escaping that by going to Trump. I mean, they both were catering to billionaires.
I'm not worried about that because the difference is the difference is holier than thou, but does the same thing.
Yeah, they both are doing it. They both are holier than thou. Trump said he was going to drain the swamp, and now all of a sudden he got people in this game that are, buying influence. He's taking jets from terrorist countries and shit. I mean, he said he was going to drain the swamp, and he's literally acting like a swamp creature, holier than thou. That's what they were talking about, right?
Wait, let's talk about Qatar then.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Qatar and that jet. All right, so I agree. It will be wrong if he takes that jet after the presidency.
It's wrong to take it, period. You don't need it. We make jets. If you like that fucking jet, go tour it, walk through it, get a floor plan of it, come back to the United States and say, make one Boeing. You don't take something that could be laced with bombs and shit that you got to spend millions of dollars and nearly a year to clear it. No, you can, even if it costs, look, as they say, people say, well, we're saving money by taking it. All money ain't good money. You don't take a jet from a terrorist organization, well, because it saved me money. I mean, at some point, all money ain't good money.
Are they a terrorist country?
Qatar? Yeah, they've been known. I mean, they got a relationship with Iran. I mean, at least by our definition, they are. By our definition, they funded all of that shit. Same thing with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia chopped up reporter Khashoggi, what is his name? Arar Khashoggi or whatever, hacked the guy up to pieces. And now all of a sudden the Trump administration is friendly with him.
Do we have soldiers right now in Qatar?
That I believe we do, but I'm not certain.
We definitely do.
But that don't mean they're not a terrorist organization. We had soldiers in Iraq, and there's plenty of terrorism happening in Iraq.
We have a base in Qatar.
Okay, that don't mean there's not terrorism there though.
Who is the terrorism against?
It could be against the local people. It could be against U.S. interests worldwide. It could be anything.
All right, so you support what Israel doing there?
Hell no. I'm on board with saying what they're trying to do is completely eradicate the planet of Palestinians.
So who's the terrorist that Qatar was supporting?
Houthis, Iranians.
No. Hamas.
What's your point?
That is the organization that is going against the country that you feel is evil. That's who the leadership of Hamas is who was in Qatar.
Once again, what's your point?
That's a contradiction, brother.
How is that a contradiction? I said they support terror. I believe Hamas is a terrorist outfit. That's why I say they're trying to eradicate the planet of Palestinians. I didn't say Hamas. Hamas has a hold on the Palestinian people. They don't probably want them over there either. They don't have any control.
So who put Hamas in power?
Just like the Taliban. Maybe they put themselves in power.
No, they were voted in, man.
Okay.
They were supported. All right, so in Palestine, when that war kicked off, what was the organization that did all the aid and recovery of bodies and rubble?
Wait, you're saying when the Palestinian and Israeli war broke out, who recovered the bodies? Who recovered them?
It was Hamas's aid organization.
I'm still not getting your point.
They control the whole government. They control the whole government in Gaza.
So what does that mean? That means it's a good idea to work with Qatar and take a jet from them?
I'm gonna say this. Yes, we're gonna take that jet. We're gonna sweep it for bugs. You think the United States can't make that jet secure?
I think it ain't worth the risk. I mean, you think the United States can't make the president secure? Well, ask his ear. Sometimes things get through.
Trump, the first Trump presidency, he got Boeing to cut the price of the new jet, right?
Okay.
You remember that?
Yes.
Where's that jet?
I remember it's still being produced.
It's still being produced. Who made the jet that Qatar is given to us?
Both of them are made by Boeing.
Boeing. So at the end of the day, you're still supporting an American company, yo.
Well, I get that, but my point is this: I just don't think the risk, First of all, I don't believe that the current version of Air Force One, the 747. I don't believe that this jet is in such bad shape that it needs to be.
I agree, because I seen them doing that interview on that thing. That thing look beautiful.
I think that let him fly that shit for another 2 or 3 years until Boeing is done. There's no need to rush that Qatar aircraft. You don't need. Trump wants that shit because it's got gold toilets and shit in it, and it's luxurious. That's why he wants that. We know what Trump wants. It's known as the most luxurious jet on earth, and Trump wants that shit to spook his ego. And by the way, he don't plan on letting that go to the next president that succeeds him. He's taking that shit with him. That's what he's talking about. And also, it's also a damn lie, him talking about, well, it'll go to my library. You seen what Trump, his own little 737, that little black and red when he got this says Trump on it, it's a 2-engine. You think he gonna go back to flying that shit after he been flying in that?
Yeah, no.
Right.
So let's shift the conversation to values, right? So this is one of the big things that y'all always want to dissect why people switched over to the MAGA side, right?
That's what I asked you to begin the conversation. What made you, as a black man, first time voting ever at 37, go with Trump?
Because the Democrats went to the 10% issues.
You don't think protecting women in men's sports as the Trump administration, that ain't even 10%. That's probably down 0.10. How many transgender males are playing female sports? They made a huge issue over that. That's under 10%.
No, it's not.
You think it's that many transgender males playing against women?
It's on the world stage.
I said in terms of actual cases where it's actually happening. All of the schools in America, and there's literally thousands of schools in America.
Doesn't matter.
Huh?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, dude, you said 10%.
That's y'all were defending the 10% side of supporting transgenders in women's sports.
I don't think most Democrats were even defending that. You guys made a big deal out of it. We were defending the fact that the transgender people should be left alone. Most Democrats are not standing up saying you should be able to play for this team. It ain't enough of them to do that. I don't even know it. I talk to people on this program. We've been doing this for 4 years. I've never talked to a single person on the right that said, I actually know somebody that is in school playing against a transgender female. I've never even encountered a person that's dealing with it.
Well, that's you.
Have you?
Listen, man, I'm 37. That shit wasn't normal when
Do
I
you?
was
But
a kid.
I agree. I agree. It's not normal. But do you know anyone in your life, in your circle, among your friends or people you talk to online, that actually has a child, that's female child, that's playing against a biologically born male? Do you know anybody that's dealing with that?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. You said 10%. You just said the Democrats are dealing with 10% issues. I give you an issue that's significantly less than 10%, and suddenly it don't matter, huh?
So no, it's not that it doesn't matter. It's that the Democratic Party made that their platform, and they died on that.
They didn't make that their platform. You folks made that their platform. That you slammed them over the head with something they wasn't even talking about. You made it their platform.
What you mean they wasn't talking about it?
No. Democrats going around talking about biological males should be playing for. Show me any political commercial or anything where you had a bunch of well-known Democrats saying we want boys to play with girls in sports. Democrats wasn't running on that. You guys said they were running on it and then used it as a weapon.
They defended. But let me ask you something. You have children, correct?
Yes.
Boys or girls?
I have girls.
Me too. Your girls are probably a lot older than my girls.
What's the point?
If your girls were really good in the sport, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say they were the top 5.
10%. Remember, you said 10%. Now you down to like 0.001. How many people have girls that are top 5? I mean, you realize how little how might skew this thing. But keep going.
It doesn't matter because that's y'all platform.
It is not the platform. No Democrat ran on letting biological males play with girls in sports. Like I said, find me a commercial of some Democrat politician running on that issue. That was not something the Democrats ran on. That's you guys that were going after them with that shit. Just like defund the police. No Democrats were running on that. You don't have Democrats saying, I can't wait to get elected so I can defund the police. That was something you guys put on them.
Who put the laws forward for those bathrooms to be mixed gender?
I cannot even tell you that. I mean, that's usually done at the city level. That ain't done at the presidential level, even at the gubernatorial level. That's done some towns.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It whatever level it's done at, that is what your party supports.
The whole party don't support that, though, is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't support all of that shit. The whole party don't support it.
Okay, so check this out. You had a boy. Who was the vice presidential candidate for the Democratic Party?
Wait. But Kamala Harris, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's your point?
It's 10 Walls, right?
Yes.
10 Walls. His government put tampons in boys' bathrooms.
And once again, you had people all over the internet. And by the way, I've been to the Mall of America plenty of times, and I don't recall going into any male's bathroom and seeing tampons in there. You guys picked an issue that may exist somewhere throughout the state of Minnesota. It made it sound like it's happening all over the fucking state. That ain't you're picking stuff that represents.
That's the point. Wait, that's the point. It's not happening all over. It's happening in schools.
I had so many people come online and say that that's not true. So many folks came online and said that's not happening.
How many 15, 12-year-olds came online and said that's not true?
Well, I'm not going to get the kid online because
exactly. Are your adult viewers going into a middle school or high school bathroom?
The teachers are. The teachers in those schools are.
No, they're not. How many teachers do you think actually coming on here?
Like I said, when you started out by talking about a 10% issue. You're way under 10%. You're in decimal points. You're talking about stuff that nobody is dealing with.
I know you don't have a lot of time for me. Let's shift to another issue.
I do. Yeah, I got to move it on, man. I gave you plenty. I wanted to get the criticism. I appreciate it. You're always welcome back. I'll give you the last word, but I do got to move it on.
Okay, one more.
Real quick.
Ukraine.
What about it?
All right, so how long were we supposed to support that war for free?
I don't know if we're really supporting it for free. I mean, if Russia is our enemy and we don't want to have to deal with them personally, as long as Russia, they have shown the world that Russia is not as strong as we originally thought they were. They've put up a hell of a fight. They've weakened them militarily. They've weakened their personnel. That's worth money to us. Imagine before the Ukraine-Russia war broke out and somebody went to a clandestine member of the CIA and said, if we could secretly get rid of 200,000 Russian soldiers and about 40% of their military equipment, how much would the United States give us? We would gladly have given more money than we've given to the Ukraine to do that. You're telling me you could secretly get rid of all of this, and all we got to do is give you a certain number, we would have paid billions to do that because that is something we want to happen.
Why?
Because because they're our enemy.
I'm gonna ask, why are they our enemy? They shouldn't even be our enemy.
I'm not gonna rehash the Cold War with you. I don't know.
It's not the Cold War. I'm gonna ask you, why are we so afraid of Russia, an army in the 2010s that invaded Georgia and without United States aid was defeated?
That's a different conversation. I'm not going to go and rehash why we have issues with Russia, but I'm just saying
that's the same conversation. We paid billions of dollars to repel an army that was defeated by a low GDP nation, trying to take over a low GDP nation.
I'm just good. All I can tell you is this: before Trump came along, every president, left and right, told us that Russia was an enemy. Bush said he looked in Putin's eyes and could see his soul. Every president other than Trump viewed Russia as an adversary. So does all of our allies. You can ask why we don't like Russia. Ask the world. Even their neighbors don't like them. Even the Eastern European countries do not like Russia. Are they all making it up?
But we like China, and last thing.
I gotta go, man. I gotta go. We'll talk about it on the next go round. I do got other people wait though, man.
The reason of the tariffs was because we got to defend our defense industry. We can't keep buying steel and everything else. We can buy toys and all that other bullshit from China, but not steel, not the minerals, none of that. I'm going to let you go with that.
All right. Good luck with that. Appreciate it. Go ahead and drop out. Thank you. Hey, come on back anytime, man. Appreciate the convo. All right.
Hey, good conversation.
You too. All right, moving on with the program. I do want to looking in the comments here, and like I said, he was critical in the comments, so I gave him time. Like I said, we don't run from anyone, and he was a good conversation. He's always welcome back on the program. Show me proof and give me some examples. Show me something, and this platform is not like that. Might be smoking something. I don't give Evil Super Major Boo. You said, show me proof and give me some examples. Show me something, and this platform is not run like might be smoking something. I don't quite get what you're saying there. And I see in the comments after that, the shovel says this guy is completely brainwashed. Stop watching MSNBC. Let me make it clear. Like I said, I don't run from criticism and things like that. Feel free to criticize the host all you want, but if you're gonna just yell at something, you're lying, you're brainwashed, you're a piece of shit, that says nothing. Okay, you don't agree with the hell I'm saying, fine. But I'm giving you actually enough time on if you're coming in talking verbally or if you're typing in, you got enough time to actually state a fucking point. Just yelling out, you don't know what you're talking about, that says nothing. Actually, add something of intelligence to it. That does nothing to further anything. I mean, okay, if I don't know what I'm talking about, tell me what the fuck you're talking about. You have to give Tim like actual evidence. You have to give Tim specifics. Went totally off topic and based off gay True. He started out by talking about the Democrats lost because they went with the 10% of issues. And then he started, when I started questioning him, he started going down so deep that the stuff he was talking about doesn't even affect 1% of Americans. All of that tampons and all that stuff doesn't affect any damn body. I mean, let's be clear. If I went into the bathroom as a man, as a grown ass man, and I saw a tampon in there, what does that got to do with me taking a shit? Okay, there's a box on the fucking wall. What does that got to do with anything I'm doing in here? That doesn't affect me at all. So, other than hatred for the community, I dislike them so much. I don't even want them in the same bathroom as me. I hate them that. I mean, almost like if you went in the bathroom back in the 50s and there was something in there indicating black people may come in there. I hate them so much. I just don't want them around me to say, you go in the bathroom, especially as a woman, because this is one they talk about. I don't want them around my girls. You go in the bathroom, you go in the stall, you close the damn door as a female, because females go in stalls. They don't, I mean, they go into the stall. They go in there, close the fucking door. They don't piss in urinals. They go in stalls, they close the door, they handle their business, they come out, they wash their hands, they leave. There's nothing to see. They don't walk around the fucking bathroom nude. There's nothing to see. I don't want to. You got more of a chance, and I say this every damn live. You got a significantly, and I put emphasis on significantly, you got a significantly greater chance of your child being sexually assaulted by a adult straight person than you do about anybody from that community. Teachers are assaulting kids all the damn time. Coaches, you got gym coaches and shit. You got even people that work for the, OBGYN folks doing it. Dentists are doing, the dentist has done it. It ain't members of that community. The people who are assaulting fucking religious leaders like priests and shit. Straight people are the ones that are the greatest harm to your kid. It ain't got nothing to do with the transgender community. The numbers don't lie. The amount of straight people that have abused children compared to the transgender or any member of the LGBT, it's got to be probably 10,000 to 1. You want to keep your kids safe, keep them away from straight people. They're the ones that's fucking with your kid. It ain't the transgender community. You hear about pedos all the time. How often do you hear about a pedo that was operating as a drag queen on the weekend? Most of them folks are regular straight dudes. He lived next door to me. He worked in the mall. He was a teacher, or he was a cop. He was a judge. These are regular folks. It ain't members that are hanging around that community. You blaming the wrong fucking people. You're doing it out of hatred. But you really want to protect your kids. Keep them away from straight motherfuckers. Them the ones that are hurting your kids. Anyhow, look at it in the comments real quick. How many trans shooters as of late? There is literally a trans serial killer. Look, like I said, straight people are significantly more harmful to society than the transgender community are. The LGBT community usually do shit that involves having a smile on their face. You talking about drag queen shows, and these people are happy and fucking jumping up and down, celebrating all the time. It's the straight people that are talking about how miserable they fucking lives are, and you in the wrong religion, and they getting pissed. Straight people are the ones that's causing all the drama. You're going after the happy folks. God. Let me go in the car. If a biological man goes into a girl's restroom with my daughter, he's getting messed up. All right, you go ahead and mess up the biological man, but chances are the grown-ass woman is the one that's messing with her. How many young dudes can tell you their first sexual encounter was with an older babysitter? How many female teachers are banging little young kids? The straight people are the ones that are fucking your kids up. You beating up that transgender person, and you gonna have your kid telling you, "Dad, stop! It's this woman right here that did that." Beating up the wrong person. You need to calm down and don't let your hate take over. Anyhow, folks, I gotta get my ass up in the morning and pull myself up by my bootstraps and go work for the fucking man as usual. If you favor this type of programming, even those who tell me often that I'm a piece of shit and a libtard, or those who suggest that I'm secretly working for MAGA, if you favor this type of conversation, feel free to subscribe to the program. If you're watching on YouTube horizontal, YouTube vertical, and certainly if you're on Instagram or TikTok, give your boy a follow. Nevertheless, it is your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I got to